The mark, they're one without loss in this the first over.
Yes, and practice, and along with Kamal Eri and Saka Dakan. That's the lineup for Nepal. With just one delivery so far, guiding that down to third man, and the score is off and running.
So Stefan Pascal to take strike as Karan at the top of his mark, and certainly will move in this beautiful piece of sunshine that we have here this afternoon, and must reach out to our friends in Nepal. We've made quite a lot of friends in Nepal. Certainly a pleasure to have you viewing this live broadcast today, and let's do hope that our friends in Nepal. Certainly a pleasure to have you viewing this live broadcast today, and let's do hope that our friends in Nepal. Certainly a pleasure to have you there by wicketkeeper Asif, diving away to his left, and gloving it, ensuring that there was no additional run to the total of the Windward Island Volcanoes. They're one without loss, and certainly we'll be looking for victory here today.
Certainly, I think they would want to come back and come out with a victory, having been defeated in the first two practice games.
This one has worked into that short third man position, now being picked up, and Stefan Pascal is off the mark. He's on one second run being scored here for the Volcanoes, and going back to the last game, after being 70 out without loss, they lost their way after Melius would have after losing was it Auguste?
That was the first wicket to go.
Right, and certainly the Windwards lost their way.
Yes, and very soon after we had Melius departing for a well-paid half-century.
Around it is. This time to Melius, the captain. This one is just tucked into the onside. Player comes off the middle wicket fence. There was a possible second there, but Melius would have none of it, sending Pascal tucked into the onside. Player comes off the middle wicket fence. There was a possible second there, but Melius would have none of it, sending Pascal tucked into the onside. Player comes off the middle wicket fence. There was a possible second there, but Melius would have none of it, sending Pascal tucked into the onside. Player comes off the middle wicket fence. There was a possible second there, but Melius would have none of it, sending Pascal tucked into the onside. Comes off the ground fielding. But so far, 50
good over indeed. 5 deliveries, 3 runs on the card. I'm sure that Windwards would want to end this with a boundary, but Aaron will have different ideas. And the 4 deliveries, 3 runs on the card. So far, I'm sure that Windwards would want to end this with a boundary. Aaron will have different ideas. 4 deliveries, 3 runs on the card. And then start pushing it on. So we wait to see very good over indeed on the part of Karan and Nepal. So starting very well. First over just 3 singles. Melius is on 2, Pascal on 1, and definitely that's what they would want to continue.
Without a doubt. So the Nepal team, when they are finished with this, they're going to be traveling to Houston, Texas. By the way, I understand that there was some significant rainfall. As a matter of fact, a superstorm was in Texas just a couple of days ago. Let's do hope that it has no impact on the infrastructure there, as the Nepal team will make their way up to Texas, Houston, to continue with their preparation for Cricket World Cup 2024. That's the T20 World Cup being played in the USA and here in the Caribbean, here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're preparing to host 5 games, and I don't know if you noticed that, but all poles are up, and this morning I noticed that one of the towers already had their lights in.
Well, that's a very good sign, because yesterday there were no lights whatsoever.
To this delivery, Melius up and over, and that's gonna one bounce into the fence, and that's the first boundary of the innings for the Windward Islands.
Well, the practice was short and wide, giving Melius the room that he wants, and he deliberately played it over third man, one bounce across the ropes, and so pressure very early on Practice, and he would want to tighten things up, but once he's loose, Melius would be attacking him. He's that kind of a player.
Well, you certainly can't give Melius that kind of room outside the off stump. He'll certainly make you pay, and such was the case in that last delivery. This one is well pitched up and racked him on the pad, but that certainly was along the leg side. No run resulting, and it's still 7 without loss.
So I would say a good comeback delivery on the part of Practice, and Melius is wrapped on the pad but angling down the leg, and really no damage done. Half-hearted appeal.
Stefan Pascal is in on strikers, and as Pascal gets forced back here. That's Melius forced back. A loud appeal as he was wrapped on the pad, but umpire was not interested. And well, Practice certainly creating some early problems here.
Well, that one cut back from outside the off, and he was really in no man's land. Lack of foot movement there on the part of Melius, and I think he was saved by an inside edge.
So, as you said, a good comeback there by Practice, being struck for a boundary in his first delivery of this, the second over. But his last two certainly creating some problems for the Windward Islands captain, Kamani Melius, in that upright stance. This one, he drives, pass cover, that's going to find the boundary. Glorious shot, that's 4.
Well, he gave himself some room and really opened up the offside and beating the short extra cover, who just looked at it. He had a dive, a despairing dive, and then looked at it, just go across the ropes for 4. So the second boundary in the over for Melius, then the total now goes on to 11.
Well, one of the things, of course, in this game is that you ought to be looking to hit the right spots. The moment you go, off, you're certainly going to pay for it, and that is what happened to Practice. So, moves in once again to bowl to Melius, and Melius drives outside the off stump, misses it completely.
Well,
so too does the wicketkeeper.
I'm looking, and it's buys.
It is. Yes, he missed it. So that's
so
4
to
buys.
the keeper.
So Asif, of course, up to the stumps, there to the fast medium of Practice, and not being able to take that one. So,
well, we saw in the previous game, Anil tend to come up to the stump for Practice, and had one good stumping, I think, in the first game.
Melius is wrapped in the pad yet again. Loud appeal there from the bowler, but the umpire not interested. They take one in the interim, and one more to the total is 16 for no loss. That's a leg bye.
So at the end of over number 2, 15 without loss. I think what we note there, 16 without loss, going at 8 runs and over. But the Practice getting that ball to come back into the right-hander, and I think that's creating a bit of a problem for Melius very early in the innings.
Without a doubt, and uncomfortable there for Melius. There we see Stefan Pascal on screen. He's going to take strike, and there's going to be a change in bowling.
Yes, Karan has been pulled out of the attack. It looks like Airy. Kamal Singh Airy looks like.
Okay, the second of 2 Airy in the side.
Yes, and
for Nepal.
Dipendra Airy, he got injured this morning, so he was pulled out. He was lined up to play, pulled out, and Sample came in.
So Kamal bowls to Melius. Melius down the track, hoiks this one high, and it might just very well get to hand. It doesn't, but good work in the end to avoid that boundary, and 2 in the process. And there you see, of course, a bit of frustration coming there from Melius. He was certainly kept in check there by Practice the previous over, and without even having a look at Kamal, went down the wicket and skied that one.
Well, really, a bit of a premeditated shot there, and really no need for it. It's still very early days yet, and but luckily for him, he got away with it, and he lives to fight another day.
Melius is on 12. This one is bowled. Neck and crop. Knew absolutely nothing about that one. And certainly, that's Nepal striking early, taking the first wicket.
Well, I think if you looked at area a while ago, he's showing that one was leaving the right-hander. Here we see it on screen.
Early, taking the first
Very
wicket.
good delivery indeed.
If you looked at area a while ago, he's showing that one was leaving the right-hander. Here we see it on
Early,
screen.
taking the first
Very
wicket.
good delivery indeed.
If
you looked at area a while ago, he's showing that one was leaving the right-hander. Here we see it on
Early,
screen.
taking the first
Very
wicket.
good delivery indeed.
Now 18 for 1 in over number 3.
If you looked at area a while ago, he's showing that one was leaving the right-hander. Here we see it on
Early,
screen.
taking the first
Very
wicket.
good delivery indeed.
Now 18 for 1 in over number 3.
12.
And so we see
If you looked at area a while
had a pretty dismal time in the second game. He comes out to do battle.
Hodge, of course, has experience at the international level, would have travelled with the West Indies team to Australia. And certainly a Dominican who has excelled at the national level in Dominica, and certainly at the
very good delivery indeed. Now 18 for 1 in over number 3.
12.
And so we see
If you looked at area a while
top. And the Windwards would depend on him to put a good total on the
who has excelled at the national level in Dominica, and certainly at
wide, and he's a square drove it, and the fielders just looked at it as it raced across the backward point position and into defense for 4. The total goes on to 22, and what a way to get off the mark.
yeah, that's a top-class shot there off the bat of Kavem Hodge outside the off stump, and he rocked back and cracked it square the wicket, and it raced across the outfield here at Park Hill, and the Windward Islanders are now 22 for the loss of 1. So
Where drove it,
Mallory.
and the fielders just looked at it as it raced across the backward point.
the Windward Islands captain, there's going to be a change in bowling.
Yes, Karen has been pulled out of the so wrapped on the pad, but angling down the leg.
Certainly with different ideas. He
really no
just about the top of
beating the short extra cover, who just looked
yeah, it's
like the off stump, misses
a
it.
couple steps now.
15.
Passes on.
There's
going to be Butler. Went down the wicket. Drives there really, but this one finds the fielder there at mid-on. And
taking the first very good delivery indeed. Now that one was leaving the right-hander. Here we see that
goes on to 5. Pascal, who has barely been a spectator in the last few deliveries, he comes in to strike. He's on 1.
Karen has been pulled out of the so wrapped on the pad, but angling down the leg.
Total to finish.
Really no beating the short extra cover, who just looked
like
the off stump, misses it a couple steps now.
15 a bit, but that's not a bother. Passes on.
There's going to be
driven into that cover position. Captain Rohit Badel is there to pick it up. That's the end of over number 3. At the end of it, just under 8 runs per over, 7.8 or thereabouts. The Windward Islands are 23 for 1.
Yeah, so I think Eric would feel very happy with his over. He picked up the wicket of Melios in his over, and just giving away what, 7 runs. So pretty tiny over.
Went the wicket clearly, but this one finds the fielder there mid-on.
You're going at under 8.
Taking the first very good delivery indeed. Now that one was leaving the right-hander.
Yet to
to 5. Pascal, who has barely been a spectator in the last few deliveries, he comes in to strike. He's on 1.
Karen has been pulled out of the so wrapped on the pad, but angling down the leg.
Total to finish.
Really no beating the short extra cover, who just looked like the off stump, misses it a couple steps now. 15.
But that's not a bother. Passes on. There's going to be a driven. There's a bit of a warm-up there to pick it up. That's the and 1 or 2 little changes being made in the field. But Gulshan is now ready. And this time we bowl to Stefan Pascal. Batting at number 3 today for the Volcanoes. In the previous game he batted at number 4. And a young man who certainly can do a lot with the ball as far as bowling is concerned. But here's Gulshan. And Pascal is pulling at one outside the off stump. He's looking to probably pull that somewhere over to make a mid-wicket area. Didn't get any bat onto the ball. And the total remains at 23 for the loss of 1. Saw the umpire just indicating that's the 1 shot for the over. As Gulshan. Very tall and a Nepal team that is more or less on the short side. Quite a number of short players, but Gulshan is towering over many out there in the middle. To Pascal. Pascal hits this one high and hard. This is going to go into the long on fence.
Hodge sporting number 22 on the back of his shirt.
So 6 runs.
Just lofted it over long on. The total goes on to 29, so Hodge means business. He hustles on to 11. Pascal still on 1. And Gulshan would be well advised not to come into that slot, because it was in the slot and Hodge making full use of it.
He will make you pay. So here's Gulshan. Consecutive 6s off the bat of Kavem Hodge. And now we see the player being moved from mid-on right back on that long on fence. But Hodge has been clearing them a good distance.
It looks like the captain Padel, who has positioned himself on the long on boundary.
Gulshan. Yet again to Kavem Hodge. Hodge lifts this one. I believe he got something onto the ball. No run, as it was taken by the wicketkeeper on the first bounce.
Yeah, he looked to tickle that down to fine leg. Didn't get much bat onto it. And just a faint edge, and it went on the bounce to the keeper. So no run. In fact, Captain Padel finds himself at mid-off.
Having a word there with Gulshan. To bowl this the 4th delivery of the 4th over. 35 for the loss of 1. The Windward Island Volcanoes batting first. And well run there by both batters. Dropped at his feet there by Hodge, and Pascal responding well.
Yeah, good call by Pascal and Hodge. Not certain where it went initially, but Pascal called him through, and in the end got a very easy single. One that was really just at the feet of Hodge, getting that inside edge into his pads.
So 36 for 1 as Gulshan making sure that he has good control of that white ball, and this time coming to bowl to Stefan Pascal. And that was short, and he got on top of it and worked it nicely into that proper position there. Off for a quick single, and it's now 37 for the loss of 1 after 4.
After 4, so he moves on to 2. He has been there from the inception. Kavem Hodge, he's on 18, really going at a canter. So 37 for 1, just over 9 runs and over. And really quickly, we have turning around. Let's see, will there be a change in bowling?
There is.
We see Karan
being brought back into the attack.
Seems to be brought back. So bowler's been given a spell.
Well, keeping them as fresh as possible by Captain Padel. Thus far, they've been all quicks. We haven't seen any spin from the Nepal team. Of course, Irie, who does a bit of spin, got injured during the warm-up, and certainly I wasn't part of the starting 11. But here's Karan. The ball to Pascal. Pascal drives. Lovely shots. Bisecting the cover and the mid-off, and that's 4 well-taken runs.
Beautifully played. He stood up tall. He's a lanky player, and he stood up tall, drove it on the up between the extra cover and mid-off, and it raced away. You really get value for your shots here at Park Hill, and it raced away for 4 as the total hustles on to 41.
So Pascal immediately making a statement in this, the 5th over, as Karan turns down at the top of his mark, and we'll move into ball to the young Grenadian in an upright stance. Down the wicket, and pulls it into that mid-wicket position. They are looking for a second, but it was certainly not there. And there's Pascal trying to certainly mount the pressure, so to speak.
Yeah, trying to put the pressure on Karan. Had a few steps down the track and worked it out to mid-wicket and got a single. So he goes on to 6, and Hodge and now comes into strike, taking guard from umpire Butler.
Butler, former St. Vincent, Willow Islands and West Indies, left arm quick, and certainly doing duties these days as an umpire. Hodge down the wicket, and this might very well be out. Asif is settling under it, and he's out caught. He knew it immediately, and that's wicket number 2. They're into the gloves of wicketkeeper Asif. And I should say a poor shot from
definitely, it was premeditated, really totally uncalled for. He down the track. I think Karan saw him moving very early, banged it in short. He went through with the shot, got a top edge, and easy catch for the keeper. It's skied. He just didn't have to go anywhere, just waited on it and gloved it nicely. The Windwards now finds themselves at 42 for 2.
All right, 42 for the loss of 2. It would be nice to see that replay. As there we see Pratish and the wicketkeeper, they're having a bit of a beverage, as we've lost a bit more of the sunshine as you get that aerial view here of the beautiful Park Hill playing field. And there you go, yes. Wild swing at it, getting that top edge, and immediately walked away because he knew what he had done, and into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Wicket number 2 going down there for the Volcanoes.
Yes, and it looks like Jeremy Salazano makes his way out to do battle. A left-hander. 42 for 2 after 4.3 overs.
So this delivery, Alonso is tucking it nicely down to deeps, backward square leg, and nice return coming in there. So he's off the mark. Jeremy Alonso, Trinidadian.
Salazano, yes, Trinidadian. So he's off the mark on 2. The total now on to 44.
Of course, the Volcanoes being a regional franchise, and Salazano, who at one time certainly had a call up for the West Indies. He's on strike. He's on to us, Karan. This delivery is outside the off stump, and it's, well, signal has
one shot over the shoulder.
Right.
And Salazano just watches it go by outside the off stump. I think he was anticipating a wide called by umpire Butler, but Butler would have none of it. He's in the perfect position so to make the judgment call. And as we see that aerial view of Park Hill here with the Paul Best Center in the background.
Karan. The ball to Salazano once again, and this one he drives. And don't think that was the intended error, but Captain Padel is there. They got a single in the process.
Inside edge.
It's now 45 for the loss. Or was it 44?
45 at the end of over number 5. So still going at 9 runs and over. And certainly the Windwards having a pretty good start. And let's see. Now Kamal Airy is going to pick it up from the northern end. So he's been switched around.
So Airy pulled a beauty to get rid of the Windward Islands captain in Kemano Melius. One that cut back between bat and pad and plucked the middle stump out of the ground. Melius contributing 12. Total now is 45 for the loss of 2. And Airy, this time from the northern end for the first time here today at the Park Hill playing field to batter who.
And he's out caught behind. Beautiful delivery.
Yes.
And he was fishing at it. Again, the lack of foot movement on the part of Salazano. He fished at it, taken the outside edge. Good catch there by wicketkeeper Anil. And Windwards into further trouble at 45 for 3.
Well, Airy indeed keeping things airy for this Nepal team. And the Windward Island Volcanoes in this the 6th over. Early in the 6th over, they're 45 for the loss of 3. Going at a fairly good click. But if they continue to lose wickets as rapid as they are at this point in time, certainly will find themselves pretty much short of the required runs here at the pass score here at the Park Hill playing field. I should say 180 plus, you should be fairly comfortable. But the Windward Islands, as they are doing at this point in time, will certainly look to be doing much better.
Well, definitely. And we see Dylan Douglas makes his way out to do battle. I think he has been promoted in the order. I think the previous games he batted somewhere around number 7. But he's now coming in at number 5. And Airy having success immediately. So he has picked up 2 scalps so far. And putting the Windward Island Volcanoes under some pressure. At 45 for 3. 5.1 overs.
Did we see him in the last 2 games?
No, he did not play in the first 2 games.
Yes.
And so he has now gotten the opportunity and grabbed it with both hands so far.
Making a very good impression here. Airy, this time to Douglas, and Douglas nudges this down to third man. Fielder is off the fence and limits the batsman to 1. Douglas immediately off the mark, 46 for the loss of 3 in this the 6th over.
So Douglas just waited on it, opened the face of the bat, ran it down to third man who is on the boundary. He got a single, so he's off the mark. And Airy makes his way back. He turns just around that 30-yard circle, so a pretty long run-up.
Pascal gets one that he, well, for a moment I thought he got a bit of a bat onto it. Such was not the case. And he lives to fight another day. Total remains on 46 for the loss of 3. Here as we've lost even a bit more of the sunshine. So the last 4 to 5 weeks in St. Vincent and the Grenadines there was hardly any rain, but yesterday we had a significant amount of rainfall. I was fearful that this game might have been impacted, but such is not the case as Airy comes in out the bowl. And this delivery hits it one high, hard over that,
straight over extra cover. And he went sailing for 6. Out of the ground, it was pitched up, and it was deliberately lifted over the extra cover fielder and clearing the ropes for 6. And the total goes on to 52.
So the 50 is on the board for the Windward Islands, and a good shot there from Stefan Pascal, showing his worth as a batter as he leans there on his bat in conversation with Dylan Douglas, and saying to the Nepal team, well, we've lost the 3 early wickets, but with me here and the support from Dylan Douglas, certainly there is going to be some resistance from the Windward Islands.
Certainly, one would want to see that. At least you want to see that partnership. And Pascal there saying to Airy, yes, I recognize you've been bowling well, but once you give me that chance, I'm going to take it to you.
Pascal this time is on the back foot and works it nicely into that mid-on position, but quick work there from, it looks like, Captain Fidel looking to break the stumps, but not successful in doing so. One more added to the total. It's 53 for the loss of 3.
So good running, good cricket all around. And you see Captain being very involved indeed, always in that a key position. And it was Bortel who was really closing in from that short mid-wicket position, but good judgment on the part of Pascal, and he got good response from Dylan Douglas as well.
Douglas now on strike. And this delivery, he pulls nicely over at, well, more in a corner position, and that's 6 more runs to the Windward Islands.
Well, once you pitch that short to Dylan Douglas, he's going to take it to you. And there it was short, and he was in position and swung it over wide mid-wicket for 6. And over number 6 comes to an end. So a pretty productive over there for Windward Islands. I think some 11 runs coming in that over. It is now 56 for 3.
56 with a loss of 3, and they're maintaining that 9 runs per over, just about 9.3 runs per over after 6. So they're going at a pretty good canter, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Of course, that statistic to the right that says 3 certainly will be a bit of a bother. But if these two are to remain there for the next 5 to 10 overs, certainly can
do some damage.
Certainly.
And it appears as if it's going to be Saga Daka, who is going to pick it up. So we're going to see spin for the very first time in over number 7 from the southern end. So he'll be bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Pascal, who is on 14.
So this delivery, he's forward and works it nicely into that vacant mid-wicket position, and they take 2 in the process. A bit of a scrappy work, but cleaned up there by the captain.
I think good running, a good sensible cricket on the part of Pascal. He played it with soft hands into mid-wicket, and he took off, and the fielder had to come off the boundary, and they came back for the second, which they got very comfortably. The total now on to 58 for 3.
So here is Daka, and that delivery again worked into the onside. They're looking for a second. This time the fielder is much more quicker to it. Gets a good, nice, neat return into the gloves there of the wicketkeeper, and it's now 59 for the loss of 3.
So good cricket on the part of Pascal, not looking to bludgeon the bowling, but just working it into the onside and picking up the 1s and the 2s, waiting for the bad deliveries, and then he looked to clear the boundary.
So, see a bird in the distance, flapping its wings, not on screen, but it's indeed a lovely view here. This one is to the pitch of it. That's Douglas, and just pushes it into the offside. Finds captain Rohit Padel, and the total remains on 59 for the loss of 3.
Sun has disappeared, so rather cool conditions, but no threat of rain.
This delivery played on the onside, it could be run out there, and Daka missed the opportunity, because certainly Dylan Douglas was short of his crease.
Well, I think he had given up, but Daka missing the stumps, and in the end he just sauntered in.
Well, he's having a bit of a laugh about it, but certainly was an opportunity for the Nepal team to pick up their 4th wicket, and now we see there's a mid-pitch conference taking place, touching of the gloves. There, Pascal and Douglas just reassuring each other that we need to be a bit more assertive in this running. And the play continues now. Dakal, the Pascal, outside the off stump, and he drives lovely down to long off. Feeders off the fence. That is Karan. And 1 in the process. Total now to 64.
64 for 3. I think there's just 1 delivery to come. So a pretty tidy over so far.
Yes.
On the part of Dakar.
Dakar. This time goes to Dylan Douglas, and Douglas caught in 2 minds there. I think that one came back at him.
Well, it was pitched, it jumped, and it was spinning away from him, the left arm going across the right hander. And in the end, he just dropped it to where silly mid-off would have been. And the end of a pretty good over on the part of Dakar. That's 64 for 3 at the end of over number 7. So still going at 9 runs and over?
Still at 9 runs per over. 9.2 runs per over. The Windward Islands. And Gulshan will continue from the southern end. As so we're into this, the 8th over here, and Stefan Pascal settles over his bats, and Gulshan Moves past the umpire, and this one he tickles it down to that short fine leg position. Finds the field in Karan. One more added. And it's now 65 for 3 to Windward Islands batting first in this final practice game for the Nepal team. Of course, they will be playing 2 games here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Should be taking on the Netherlands and South Africa. South Africa in itself is going to be a challenge for them. Also the Netherlands.
Yes, I think they are going to come up against a much stronger opposition. And it's really going to ask for a lot from Nepal.
Douglas forced back and works it nicely into that short mid-wicket position. Gulshan comes around to do the fielding. And one more off the bat of Dylan Douglas. He's now up to 8, 66 with a loss of 3.
So Windwards still going along. And they would look for a good partnership from these two, having lost 3 wickets rather quickly.
So there's Gulshan, and as you may see on our screens, it's a little dark, but of course good enough lighting for play to continue, as there are some clouds in the distance. But Gulshan with different intent. This one is pushed down to long on. The fielder comes in, gets the ball quickly back into the glove there of the wicketkeeper. And one more to the Windward Islands. They're now 67 for 3.
So far, a pretty tidy over by Gulshan, keeping things tight. Just not giving the batters the room to free their arms. Dylan Douglas comes back into strike, and Gulshan will recall that he was short in the previous over and was dispatched over mid-wicket.
Let's see what happens to this one. Worked nicely down to third man.
Beautifully played.
Well taken there by Dylan Douglas. Past the wicketkeeper, past the fielder in that third man position, and that's 4 well taken runs.
Again, giving him the width, and he opened the face of the bat and really hit that between the third man and backward point, and it raced away for 4. So a welcome boundary by the Windward Islands. It's total now on to 71.
Gulshan being struck by Bong in the previous delivery. This one is lifted high, hard. It's going to go into the shrub above the ground there. That's 6 well taken runs.
The total goes on to 77. So again, it was pitched up, and Douglas was equal to the task, lifting it over long on. The fielders on the boundary just stood up, looked up, and said, well, there it goes. And he cleared the boundary with consummate ease. It's now 77 for 3. Douglas on 19, Pascal on 20.
So 10 runs in 2 deliveries. Gulshan coming in for a bit of a stick from this to northern end. And Douglas waits, delivers outside the off stump and worked into that.
Where are you going, son?
Position, and well, really and truly wasn't a single there.
Well, he was struck firmly straight to the backward point fielder, and both batters took off and then stood in mid-pitch, and they just waited. But Pascal was able to regain his ground, as Douglas was really gone for all the money. But there was that the return was not on Douglas' end, because I think he had given up, but the return went to the keeper's end. The bowler's end, I would say, and Pascal got back easily into his crease.
So that's the end of over number 8. At the end of it is 77 for the loss of 3, and going at just over 9.6 runs per over. And he's bowled, playing all over that one, and that's Pascal losing his wicket. That's the 4th one.
Yes, so it's 77 for 4. What Pascal did, it was tossed right up in the Yorker length delivery. He played across the line of the delivery rather than playing with a straight bat. He went across the line, missed it. His off stump knocked back, and Windward Island Volcanoes losing their 4th wicket. Now 77. 77 for 4, as we see Darren Ned making his way out in the middle.
So, Ned
had a little cameo on Thursday.
Yes. Youngster with some ability.
So Saka having some success with the very first ball of the 9th over, and it's taking out Pascal. So 77 for 4, Windward Islands in over number 9, and so Dakar would now bowl to Ned. Ned looks around the field. Ned is driving, beats the extra cover in Captain Rohit Padel. As if sweeping around the cover boundary, picked up, fires it in, not taken cleanly by Dakar. And a single, the total goes on to 78. And Ned, he's on 1. It's Douglas, who is on 19, comes in to strike. So 1 to Ned, 19 to Douglas. Douglas works it out to mid-wicket, and they jog through easily for a single. Total now on to 79. 79 for 4, and we are in over number 9. So 20 now to Douglas, and 1 to Ned, who comes back into strike. And there was Ned reaching forward and just working it very softly to on the onside of the pitch, and Dakar skips around and picks up Ned down there. A bit of gardening under cool conditions, and he's right forward to that, pushing it back to Dakar. So Dakar keeping things tight, having had some success.
Certainly, and Captain Rohit Padel would love for this to continue for extended period.
And he's driving out to extra cover. There is Captain Padel covering ground to his right, and just a single. I think there's 2 runs coming in that over. So a very good over on the part of Dakar, and an over in which he also had the wicket of Pascal.
Well, a very, very, very decent over there from Dakar, and tightening the screws on the Windward Island Volcanoes. They're 79 for 4. Very importantly, picking up a wicket in that over. And without a doubt, it's now a situation where the Windwards certainly will have to consolidate. But at the same time, Nepal not taking their foot off the gas, so to speak, and certainly pressing on.
Well, looking to keep the pressure on. So we see a change in bowling at the northern end. And in fact, it's going to be Practice who will come back into the attack, and he'll be bowling to Dylan Douglas.
Well, Practice certainly had some early stick, especially from the bat of Melius, but this time bowling to Dylan Douglas, and pulled into that mid-wicket position. Fielders off the fence. Return that has Sanil jumping a bit, but was always going to take it. And it's now 80 for the loss of 4 in this, the 10th over.
So 80. Douglas goes on to 21. Practice would bowl to Ned. I think if there's a light drizzle, but
very, very light drizzle.
Not anything for play to be halted in any way. You see Ned just marking his guard, taking his time, not to be hurried in any way.
A delivery that he's to the pitch a bit and just forces it into the onside. And one more resulting 81 now for the loss of 4.
So it's rotation of the strike, but so far Practice 2 deliveries have been on target. Just 2 runs. And Douglas comes back into strike. He does some gardening.
He's on 21, Dylan Douglas. And this one nudges it nicely down to that fine third man position.
A real deft touch.
Yes, it was.
You know, it just opened the face and just nudged it between the keeper and third man and raced away for 4. The total now on to 85. Practice again finds himself on the receiving end.
Yes. And Dylan Douglas showing his class there. As he said, nice deft touch off the bat. Practice turns to the top of his mark. A delivery again, this time finding the point fielder. Or should I say that's more of a backward point. And no run resulting. The total remains on 85 for 4.
Well, some 2 deliveries remaining in the over. Dylan Douglas on 25. And Darren Ned, he's on 2. 85 for 4. We are in over number 10.
Practice just
decided to go wrong the wicket.
Yes. And Douglas drives on to long on and finds the fielder. 1 run resulting. Slaps his pad in the process. I was thinking he should have gone over the fence with that one.
Well, didn't get through, got a single. Total goes on to 86.
Here comes Practice this time to Ned. And Ned is just pushing this one into that cover position. Captain Padel is there picking it up. That's the end of the 10th over. And at the end of it, the Windward Islands batting first here at Parkett in this T20 practice game. They're 86 for the loss of 4. Halfway through the innings.
So going at 8.6 runs and over, if my math serves me right.
Right on.
So I think there are 10 overs remaining. Douglas, if he can stay there for at least another 5 overs, should be able to put the Windwards with a pretty decent total. But really, I think Nepal have pulled things back a bit. They were going at 9 runs and over. They are now under 9 runs and over. And the changes continue to be wronged by the...
That's Padel.
That's Padel.
Yes, the Nepalese captain. And, well, of course, halfway, as I said, through this innings here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They're 86 for the loss of 4, another 10 to go. And maybe if they can get it up to 9 or 10 runs per over in the last 10 and minimize the number of wickets they would lose, certainly a score of 180, 185 thereabouts should be an interesting one.
Something to fight with. So Bertil comes into the attack, sporting number 14 on the back of his shirt.
And Bertil, he's had a good series, of course, with both bat and ball. This time coming in and delivery that is worked down to long on, and one more. Now 87 for the loss of 4. So that's Douglas moving on to 27 as the young Darren Ned, just making sure that his card is correctly marked. And here comes Bertel. Ned pushes into the onside, and Bertel goes around fielding to his own bowling. 1 more added to the total, 88 for the loss of 4 wickets.
So they're just about knocking it around and waiting for that loose delivery to Ponce. But good, sensible cricket on the part of Windwards, because they have lost a few wickets, and it's really in a rebuilding process.
So here's Bertel. Delivery. The batsman appeared to be in 2 minds there, Douglas.
I think he got the googly. That one came back into him. He was opening up to hit it on the offside. It came back into him, and he had to adjust and got it down to a long on position and got a single.
So they now will continue as Bertel comes in once again. This time to Ned. He's down the wicket and he's stumped.
Wild swing by Ned. And keeper Anil making no mistake And you can see the disappointment on the face of Dylan Douglas. Really totally uncalled for. You have lost 4 wickets. You're in a rebuilding process. No need for that wild swing. He was looking to use his feet. Didn't get to the pitch. He was beating all ends up. An easy stump in there for Anil. And the total now 89 for 5.
So 89 for the loss of 5. Darren Ned certainly just giving it up there. And there you have a look at the main pavilion at the Park Hill playing field. Again, a nice, lovely playing field nestled in the northeastern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. New batsman coming to the crease, I believe it's Descartes.
Yes, this is Descartes.
89 for 5. This the 11th over. And a bit more pressure here on this Windward Island Volcanoes team. Regional franchise that have produced the likes of Sonny Lambris, who's injured. Of course, the likes of Johnson Charles, who's playing for the West Indies T20 squad. Spiceman, Fletcher, our very own Obed McCoy, they're all part of this outfit, but of course, all assigned to West Indies duties. This delivery is outside the off stump, and Descartes just rocks back and maybe should have done a little better there, but in the process, some scrappy fielding. Gets one in the process, and now 89 for the loss of 5.
The score goes on to 90.
Yeah, that's the 90th run.
And so he's off the mark immediately, not timing it well, but getting a single in the process. And Douglas, who is on 28, comes back into strike.
So, just mention a few members of the squad. The likes of Obed McCoy. He wasn't selected in the final 15, neither did the Spiceman, but they're still being kept in the West Indies camp. This delivery outside the off stump and played into that point position off a very quick single. No, he was sent back as a matter of fact.
He was sent back, and luckily for him, the return came in very quickly indeed. So a pretty good over by Anil, by Bortel. And at the end of over number 11, it's 90 for 5 at the Park Hill playing field under very cool conditions here. With Dylan Douglas, he's on 28. With him is Shadrach Descartes, who is on 1. And really, Nepal would be satisfied so far with their work.
Well, it's 11 overs gone, and the Windward Islands, they were maintaining a run rate of 9 per over. But, of course, with the loss of those 5 wickets being pegged back a bit, and it's somewhere in the region of just over 8 runs per over. As
see, look at Dhaka being switched to the northern end.
There you have a nice aerial view of this very lush outfield here at Park Hill. And Shadrach Descartes settles over his batters. Saga Dhaka bowls, and this delivery tucks it off the legs into that square leg position. Fielders off the deep square leg boundary, picking it up, and one more added to the total.
So he goes on to 2, and much appreciative crowd here at the Park Hill playing field. And it's really customary, once there's cricket at Park Hill, you do get that appreciative crowd who would always be here taking in what is going on.
Douglas pulls and pulls. Well, that's gone. That's 6. And that's probably the 10th ball that we've lost in that over the last 3 days.
Well, it really rebounded. It came back because it landed on the lower part of the hillside. It was short of a length, and Douglas was very quick on the back foot and just swung it over long on. And he goes on to 34. The Windwards really would want him to stay there, with the total now on to 97 for 5.
This delivery drives down to long on. And they'll only get 1. They're looking for a second, but feel long they will have none of it. Getting the return quickly back into the gloves there of Anil. For a moment I thought it was Asif who was behind stumps for the Nepal team, but it's actually Anil doing the glove work today. Would not have seen them in the last 2 games, and getting an opportunity in this, the final game. This time, Descartes works into the onside. looking for the second, but it's not there. And quick work again by the Nepal team. They certainly improve on the outfielding.
Well, they have, and one would say that what you have seen, they are pretty quick over ground.
So here comes Saga Dakar. Anil issuing some instruction, but Dakar comes in now. And this delivery just worked back on the onside there by Dylan Douglas.
It was fast and flatter. Windwards 99 for 5.
This is the final ball of the 12th over. And Douglas wrapped on the pad. Is a loud appeal there by Dakar, but the umpire will have none of it. Not interested. That's the end of it. It's 99 for the loss of 5 after 12.
So 12 overs, 99 for 5. So 8 overs remaining. One would want to think that Windwards would love to see Dylan Douglas and Descarte really taking it right down to the wire for them. And because both these batters can really hit the ball a pretty long way. And if they stay there for at least 4 or 5 overs, I'm sure we are going to see some boundaries.
Well, Dylan Douglas, of course, certainly has been the aggressor. And maybe it's important that Descarte, who certainly has the ability to power it also, can play more of a holding role. Quite naturally, if you get the bad delivery, you will give it the treatment that it so deserves. But for the sake of the Windward Islands having lost 5 wickets, they won't want to have both batters pushing it too much, so to speak.
Well, we wait to see. It's going to be Bortel to continue.
This time he'll come into bowl to Descarte, and Descarte swings at this one. Didn't get any bat onto the ball. And
I think he was deceived by the bounce.
He was, because he's chuckling at it. You can see that wide grin on his face as he goes down now to have a chat with Dylan Douglas. And Douglas telling him, well, chap, you just need to keep your eyes on it. That one certainly had you a bit bamboozled. So here's Bertel tossing the ball from hand to hand. And we now move past umpire. The ball to Descarte. Descarte looking again for that wild swing. Got a bit of the pad onto it. And that's one more one. Well, signal a wide.
So 2 runs to the total.
I really and truly thought he got a bit onto it, but such was not the case. So the 100 is up for the Windward Islands. They're now
101
for the loss of 5. 101 for the loss of 5. As Bertel now comes in, this time to Dylan Douglas, and Douglas tucks it around. Just quickly off for the first one, looking for that second, but he'll have none of it. And it's now 102 for the loss of 5. So Bertel keeping things quiet here.
Well, so far he has kept things pretty tight, and Nepal would be happy with it.
Descarte pulls this one nicely. That's 6. And that is what he was aiming to do for the entire over, and finally getting the bat off the ball.
The third attempt at that shot, and in the end, he made good connection, sailed over the backward square for 6. The total goes on to 108, and he would need a couple more of that to push the Windwards total to somewhere in the, if you're looking at 170, 180.
It's 108 for 5, and this is the 13th over. So Descarte showing that he can muscle it, and did so over the backward squares. Bertel comes in, and this time he's pushing out at that one into the offside. Wheeler comes around, picking up in that cover position, and one more now to 109 for the loss of 5.
So Descarte was just content to push it into the offside. Swung the previous delivery for 6. It was not there for that shot, so he was content to just drop it on the offside and pick up the single and bring Dylan Douglas back into strike.
There comes Bertel once again. And delivery that is pulled down to long on, and one more resulting. So that's the end of the... Is it the end of the 13th
end
over?
End of the 13th over, 110 for 5 here at Park Hill, and Douglas. In fact, I thought the over was completed, but we see Butler having a word and still a delivery.
So there you had a look at the square here at the Park Hill playing field, the two pitches, and both would have been used over the last 3 matches as Bertel comes in again to bowl to Descartes. And Descartes with that attempt, 1 bounce to deep backward square leg, and 1 more to the total. It's now 111 for the loss of 5.
Well, Lord Nelson, he's on 11, 111 for 5 at the end of over number 13. Douglas on 37, but Descartes would keep strike, so 7 overs remaining. And these two would meet mid-pitch to have a conversation. You can see that smile on the face. I'm saying you didn't time that one well, but in the end he's still there. But Douglas signaling to the pavilion
for the helmet,
before the helmet, so one anticipate that we are going to see the medium pacers coming back. It looks like Karan.
Yes, Karan it is.
Sporting number 33 on the back of his shirt. And so Captain Padel continued to ring the changes.
So there's Douglas with a bit of a grin on his face. Maybe he likes the faster stuff. Possibly saying, well, this is my turn to certainly put a bit more on the tins for the Volcanoes. $111 for 5 in this, the 14th.
So there's still some heavy clouds around, really just hovering around the Park Hill playing field, but so far we continue to have play. Just hope that we do not have any downpour.
Descartes is forcing this one into the offside and can only find Rohit Padel in the way. And the Nepalese captain was having a little bit of fun with it.
And you can see Descartes just rehearsing the shot, saying I should have hit that a bit squarer. And finding the gap. But he stood tall and just punched it out to extra cover where Captain Padel picks up rather easily.
So here's a stockily built Karan. Bustles in now to bowl to Descartes, and well,
not timing it. It was short, bottom edge, and it bounced back to the bowler. So 2 deliveries, 2 dots, and Karan would feel very happy about that. Descartes would be disappointed in himself, saying I should have put those away.
So here comes Karan outside the off stump, that's wide. It was high, it was wide, and absolutely no chance for Descartes to get a bat onto it.
Signal by umpire Bayam. He was jumping, looking to slash that over third man, but it went above him, and the total now on to 112. But earlier there was a breeze blowing across the ground, but that has subsided.
It has.
And
it's a little bit more humid. We have the cloud cover, and just a gentle breeze, not the kind of flowing breeze that we have had early on. But here's Karan. Descartes just places it, and well, misfielded there. Just when we were talking about the good work in the outfield by the Nepalese team, Bertel letting that one through.
Yes, well, I think their ground fielding has not been up to standard. They have covered grounds, they are getting there, but not holding on to the balls, and in the end sometimes giving away that single. And that was a perfect example there from Bertel, where he got there, didn't hold on, bubbled behind him, and the batters went through for 1.
So Karan, under the tutelage of Roddy Eswick, who was once part of the West Indies outfit, but helping this Nepal team, especially with their bowling. Karan, this time to Dylan Douglas, gets one outside the off stump. That's wide, signaled indeed. 1 more to the total is 114 for 5.
Well, Douglas was winding up there, looking for that big drive. It was wide, and he just watched it go by and signaled by umpire Bayam wide, 114 for 5. So Karan would have to reload and come again.
I was just talking about Roddy Eswick, who certainly made a tremendous contribution to the West Indies team. The likes of Corey Collimo and company certainly was, under his tutelage. But now lending assistance to this Asian team. And this one is hit over long off, and that's 4 runs. For a moment I thought it cleared the fence, it didn't, but 4 well taken runs.
Well, 4 good runs. It was pitched up and Douglas launched into it and hammered it 1 bounce over a widest mid-off and into the fence for 4. So 118. Douglas, he goes on to 40. And I think there's a little drizzle around the ground.
I'm not seeing any.
Play will continue.
Yes, well, we see the groundsmen now making their way to the area of the covers. As a matter of fact,
the umpires have called the covers.
Yes, the covers are coming on.
So there's a break in the innings at 13.4 overs, 118 for 5.
$118 for the loss of 5.
So Douglas really leading the charge for Windward Islands. He's on 40, not out, as company with Descarte, who is on 10. So there's some rain with us, not a downpour, but certainly enough to stop play here at the Park Hill playing field. And we can see the ground staff busy ensuring that the square is covered. I'm
a little bit concerned because there's still a bit of it on the edges that is a little bit exposed, as a matter of fact, at the run-up. And
I think we have seen from the ground staff very quickly in with the covers from both ends and ensuring that bowling area is covered. And one does not anticipate a very long downpour. It's drizzling rather heavy, but not the sort of rain that we expect to see the outfield being drenched.
Well, certainly, and we do hope that it's not extended. I'm still concerned that little area that is a little bit exposed at the southern end, and now we see they're going to try and bring the covers over. That's what I'm talking about. Right. So we now have
So we are being held up momentarily, and I'm certain that it won't be for long. I'm not anticipating this for any length of time, Eddie.
All right. So after
13.4 overs.
118 for the loss of 5. The Windward Island Volcanoes batting first in this T20 practice game here today at the Park Hill playing field, and still very much in the middle. We have the reserve umpire having a look at the ground staff as they.
It's Chelson Stowe from Beckwith.
From Beckwith.
The Grenadine Island of Beckwith. And game being carried by umpire Byam and Butler. So the ground staff still tidying up.
Still very much the position here. But the Volcanoes, again, one area that they certainly need to work on is that patience at the crease. Yes, for T20, you look to try and keep that pressure on, so to speak, on the bowling team. But there've been some atrocious shots.
Yeah, so I'm totally in agreement with you, Eddie. Some of the shot selection really leaves a lot to be desired. And for example, Ned just ran down the track, had a wild swing. So again, you have to be patient. There comes a time when you would get a good delivery, and there's nothing wrong with giving it some respect, or you try to play with soft hands, try to get it into the gap, look for ones, look for twos. And if you keep turning the strike over like that, no bowler like to be scored off all the time. He's going to try something, and so the chances of getting a bad delivery will increase, and then you get it. Here we are seeing a replay, and that's where Melios, where Kamal Airy got a very good delivery, coming back into the right-hander, right through bat and pad, knocking the middle stump back.
Yeah, that was a beauty of a delivery. That was the delivery of the game thus far.
And you see him wide on the crease there, getting it to come right back into Melius, who just pushed the foot down the track. No movement of the feet. And it's an observation with the contemporary batters. Initially, long ago, you find batters with the first movement would be back and across. Now, for contemporary players, that back foot does not move. They push with the front foot. And I think so many times it opens up that gap between bat and pad. And we see bowlers really going through that gap. It's something that they would have to work on, not to show what the coaches would have done and what they were saying to him. Look at their foot, just coming down the track there, their back foot, as you right, just anchored. And he went right through the gap. So, we're still with the drizzle. And there was Hodge picking practice out of the ground. Salazar now there edging to the keeper and had to make his way back to the pavilion. There was Douglas just dispatching that over mid-wicket.
All right, we're just having a replay of some of the
early actions.
Certainly. Dylan Douglas, who's still at the crease for the Windward Island Volcanoes. And one of those towering sixes over long on. He went into that area about 3 times thus far in his innings. So the downpour continues, Charlo, and what we'll do is certainly just to give our viewers some of the highlights of what has taken place thus far. Welcome back, and we're about to have the resumption of this game here this afternoon at the Park Hill playing field. We had an interruption due to rain. Charles, I don't know if you have any information as to if there's going to be any reduction in the overs?
Absolutely none so far.
So the Volcanoes, they will continue. There are 118 for the loss of 5. And the Nepal team, they're back in the middle.
Well, from all information, Eddie, there are no reductions in the over, so we'll have the regular 20 overs.
Once there are no further interruptions. So Karan will continue his over.
$118 for 5.
Here comes Karan now, balls to Douglas. Douglas, well, this one peeled off the top edge of the bat, and that's 6 runs.
Well, he was shaping to go up, and Karan was short, and he got underneath it, got a top edge. I think the intention was there. Didn't cue it well, but he got the result that he wanted, and that went sailing.
124 for 5. So the Windward Island Volcanoes immediately off to a good start following the resumption.
So 124, first delivery after the resumption went for 6.
This one is nudged into that short third man position.
And he was disappointed in himself.
Yes.
Should have done better. That was steered right to the man at backward point.
So it's 124 for 5 after the 15th over. We have 30 more balls to go in this, the Windward Islands innings. And there we see both batters in the middle, Dylan Douglas and Chadwick Descarte, having a mid-pitch conversation, and they're saying, well, maybe it's time for us to have a go.
Time to push things on. So Douglas is on 47, Descarte, he's on 12, 6 overs remaining, and these two would really want to push things further on for Windward Island Volcanoes. It's going to be Bertel to continue. So far, he has done a pretty good job.
Without a doubt, he's had 2 very good overs thus far, and it seems as if the rain we had absolutely no impact on the outfield. It's more or less soaked up because we've had very, very dry conditions over the last 5 weeks here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. To this delivery, Descarte punches down the lawn, one bounce into the fence, into the road behind us. That's 4 runs.
That was hit with some power, and it flew past the man at long on, and across the ropes it went for 4. So he goes on to 16, 128. You would need to see a few more of that.
Well, these two showing their early intent as we have a resumption of this game, interrupted for some 20 minutes thereabouts due to rain. And since the resumption, there is an uptick in the scoring rate. Bertel, and ball a little wet in hand. It might be the need for the towel at some point in time to try and keep that ball as dry as possible. And this certainly can be a problem, especially for the spinners.
Yeah, particularly leg spinner, and that's what Bertel leg spinner is a bit difficult for him.
Comes into Descarte. Descarte hits this one high, and there was long on trying to get there, but doing so no vain. 6 more runs.
Well, it's Karan on the boundary. He's a diminutive individual, not the tallest of the lot. And he was jumping for all his worth, but that cleared him. And it went over the ropes for 6. So business, these two showing their intent, but there's still that light drizzle around.
So I guess they're trying to, if there's another rain interruption, to put as much as possible on the board. 134 for 5 in this, the 15th. Pressure on Bertel as he comes in now. The ball to Descarte, and Descarte hits this one high, way over just the roof here at the pavilion, the main pavilion.
I think that is some adjacent lands cultivated on the other side, and that landed somewhere in that area. And really a good clean strike there by Descarte, who is showing his intent. And we mentioned that he has that ability to hit the ball a long way, and that was a good demonstration of what it means for Descarte. So pressure on Bertil. I think the first 3 deliveries have gone for 16.
So, as I said, the intention of the Windward Island batters as they came back into the middle is to try and push on and put as many runs as possible on the board should there be another interruption. At this point in time, there's no threat of rain, but we can see some darkish looking clouds in that northeastern area.
Well, we have a faint, some sunshine, not the brightest really.
Bertel again to Descarte outside the off stump, and that signal wide. And umpire Butler.
Bertel being pushed under the pumps. He decided, I'm going to pitch it a bit wider. I'm not going close to Descarte at all.
As you say here locally,
I think he went too wide.
Yes, looking to hide the ball. Here comes Bertil against Descarte, and outside the off stump, a punch into the onside, down to that deep backward point position, and one more resulting. It's now 142 for the loss of 5. 142 for 5.
And we're in over number 15.
So Dylan Douglas, he's on 47, and he will pretty much want to get over that 50 mark and press on here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Had a 50 in the first game, and so he has had a good series, if you can say that.
Bertel, it is. And the delivery he punches into the offside. Karan comes in, and one more to Dylan Douglas, one more to the Windward Island Volcanoes. Now 143 for the loss of 5. As Bertel will bowl now, this is final delivery in over number 15. Opening batter for Nepal, and he's had some good knocks in the series thus far. This time to Descarte, and outside the off stump, and he had to really and truly feel a long way for that one.
He chased it, didn't get the placement that he wanted. In the end, just tugged it to the extra cover fielder. So over number 15 comes to an end, 143 for 5. And Douglas, he's on 48. Shadrach Descarte, he's on 29. And 5 legitimate overs remaining in the Windward Island Volcano innings. Any predictions in terms of what sort of total you think they can muster at this time?
Well, at 10 runs per over, they're going to get over the 190 mark, and that's a total I believe Captain Millis will certainly like to see his team achieve here this afternoon. They did 196 in the first game and had Nepal under immense pressure, and then of course remember Irie and Sompal just simply took it away.
Definitely. And the second game total up to 170 odd, 179. They got 180.
And the Windward Island Volcanoes, after a good start, just fell like dominoes.
So Sompal comes back into the attack.
And Sompal, of course, along with Irie, who's not in this game, had a good knock. And this one is pushed up to that mid-wicket position. And a bit of misfeeling there. And there you
well,
see
that's
again
what pressure does. Again, the misfield. Dylan Douglas, he was running, he was looking for the second. That's his 50. And he forced the fielder. He looked up, took his eyes off the ball, bobbled it, and Douglas was back easily for the second run.
Well, Douglas, he scored an even 50 in the first innings, in the first game, I should say, and then he lost his wickets. Let's to hope that such is not the case. He's exactly in 50 once again, and with some 29 balls remaining, he really want to press on here for the Windward Islands. Delivery that he was looking to scoop, and got just the bottom edge. He's looking at it. He ran a single there, but maybe just a little lucky there, Dylan Douglas. So 145 for the loss of 5 with an Island Volcanoes. Douglas is on to 51. And And Descartes, he's not out on 29, 146 for 5. As Sumpal.
So Douglas 50 coming in 28 balls, some 3 4s and 4 6s.
Pretty good strike rates. Very good strike rate there on the part of Douglas. Faces up now to Sumpal outside the off stump and just works it into the offside. Picked up there by Asif, who's known more for his wicket keeping on the outfield today, based on the fact that there was an injury to Irie. And Anil being given the glove today, one of 2 wicket keepers in this Nepal squad as they prepare for the T20 World Cup 2024. So there's Asif getting a bit of a experience as far as the outfield is concerned, Charlo.
Yeah, sure, he's enjoying it.
He's on that deep long offense as here comes Sumpal to bowl to Dylan Douglas, and Douglas pulls nicely, 1 bounce into that final boundary, 4 runs.
Douglas got into position very, very quickly indeed, and he really played it well. Away from just every fielder, there was a man on the long boundary, and he just swiveled and down to wide fine leg and into the fence for 4. So the 150 comes up after 15.4 overs, 151, and Douglas goes on to 55.
You really want to push on here, and with good support coming from Shadrach Descartes, who's not on 30. The Volcanoes in this 16th over well set, of course, to get close to that 190 mark, as here comes Sumpal to bowl to Dylan Douglas, and this one he works into that short third man position, picked up there, 1 more run in the process, 153 for the loss of 5.
I think Sumpal a bit disappointed. He was looking for the Yorker, but it was outside the awesome, and Douglas came down, opened the face of the bat, ran it down to backward point, and he went through for a single. And you can see the disappointment in Sumpal as clapping his hands as if saying, that's not what I wanted.
152 correction to score. Dylan Douglas now out on 56. Descartes now will face up to the final delivery of this, the 16th over, as Sumpal moves past umpire by him, and a delivery that he hits straight back over the head of the bowler. Fine shot, couple bounces.
Sweetly played, bisecting the long off and long on. You don't have feelers in that direction, and it was deliberately hit over the head of the bowler and into the fence. It went for 4. So 60 on the card at the under 4 for number 16. Some 24 deliveries to go, and Descartes, he goes on to 34. Douglas 56. Sure, they will be having their eyes on 200.
Well, at 160 for 5 after 16, exactly 10 runs per over, with another 4 overs to go. If they can maintain that 10 runs per over, it's 200 on the board.
I'm sure they would have their eyes on that. So let's see. And it's Airy who comes back into the attack. He has had some early success. So he has 2 scalps, and now he's coming back in the 17th over. So Padella ringing the changes. And it's going to be Douglas who is on strike under cool conditions. And Douglas is quite ready, but I don't think
Douglas pulls over mid-wickets, and he might very well be caught second. And a bit of disappointment there for Dylan Douglas, gone for 56. And of course, a very important wicket there for Nepal.
A very important wicket, but an observation here, Eddie, is that for every over that Airy comes in, he picks up a wicket.
On the first ball.
I think the very first over, I think he picked up a wicket in his second delivery. The second spell, he got it in the first ball, and here it is for the third over, he got it in the first ball again. So he has made that early impact for Nepal, and Douglas very disappointed as he really dragged himself off the field. But he goes for a well played 56, 156 for 6, and we could see Javadine Brown making his way out to do battle He's one of the many Bronx playing locally, and he can hit the ball a long way. Pretty strong lad from the Ovia area, north of the country. And he joins Shadrach Descartes, who is on 30. So Bronx, immediately he would be on strike.
Dean Brown faces up and gets one right up, but he does well. Punches into the onside. Long on comes off the fence. He's off the mark. It's 157 for 6.
Well, 157 for 6. And Descartes comes back into strike. He has been there for quite some time. So he would have to lead the charge here for Windward Island Volcanoes.
And certainly he has shown without a doubt that he has that ability, Shadrach Descartes. To face now to Irie, who's taken up what, 3 wickets?
3 wickets so far.
And Irie, almost a 30-meter run, comes in now to bowl to Shadrach and walked nicely into that square leg position. Asif comes off the backward square leg fence, and he should have been the one receiving in the glove, but tosses it back into the gloves of Anil.
Well, you can see he's enjoying his field, the outfield for a change. And so the left hand, right hand combination, and you can see the fielders changing over, so too the umpire. Javidine Brown comes back into strike. 158 for 6. Descartes 35, Brown on 1.
Here is Irie. And Dean Brown to this delivery. Works it fine. And player in that position picking it up. One more added. 159 now for the loss of 6. And just having a look at the fingers there of Irie, not on screen. Sorry, of Asif, who's on the fence there. They're heavily strapped. Maybe it's a situation where you might just well be given an opportunity to rest them.
Well, certainly. Well, I think sometimes it has become a common practice now that players tend to put tape on their fingers more for protection.
And wrapped on the pad, a loud appeal. Nothing there from umpire Butler. The scamper through for a single. And one more to the Windward Islands total in this, the 16th over.
I think he got an inside edge into that because he was looking to whip it on the onside.
160 for 6. So Irie has, after that onslaught from the previous over, he's pulled things back here.
Very nicely as well for Nepal.
So the breeze have picked up a bit here, and this delivery hits in the air, and Karan is getting under it and takes a very easy catch. That's the 7th wicket gone there, and Dean Brown going for 2, 160.
Well, it was a short delivery, and he was looking to slap that, taking the top of the bat. There it is, short and really about shoulder height, looking to slap it somewhere, got a top edge. Karan at short extra cover had a very comfortable catch, didn't have to do much, and the Windward Island Volcano losing their 7th wicket.
And certainly losing their way. You know, since the resumption, of course, you had Dylan Douglas and Descartes taking the attack to the bowlers, but since then, of course, they've lost Dylan Douglas, and now we see Dean Brown making his way back to the pavilion.
So Airy has picked up 4 wickets.
He's picked up 4 wickets, but very importantly, of course, pegging the Windward Islands back, and from a situation where they were eyeing a possible 200, it might very well be 180, 185 if they can get that far.
Yeah, so Asif Hooper, the left-hander, goes out to join Descartes, who is also a left-hander, and starts changing bowling at the far end. We see Practice comes back into the attack.
So Practice this time to bowl to Descartes, and outside the off stump, and he cracks it square the wicket. 4 well taken runs there off the bat of Descartes. I
think that's a bread and butter shot for a left-hander. Short, wide, and he hammered it past backward point. That's the strength of a left-hander. And into the fence it goes for 4 at 164 now for 7. So, and with that boundary, I think Descartes would move on to at least
40. 164 for 7. And practice, of course, will continue. But it's actually Gulshan from the northern end.
Yes, Gulshan.
So we're having some changes in the field here. We're trying to find Captain Podell as to exactly he's stationed. That's quite a lot being done. But here comes Gulshan now. And this delivery is wide outside the off stump. Scotty was thinking about pushing a bat at it, but even if he had done so, I doubt he would have gotten any bat under that one.
Well, he was shaping and he just watched it go by because he recognized that it was that wide, and umpire front by him very early. I was signaling wide. So additionally, he has to reload and come again. 165 now for 7. Asif Hooper yet to face a delivery. Not has really had the best of series in terms of the bat. And has some 2 overs remaining after this, so not much chance to really settle.
The Scotty to this one is driving and missing outside the off stump. And pulls away at a bit of a wry smile. And now, as you saw in the background, they're looking to replay that shot that he possibly should have played in the first instance. Total remains at 165 for the loss of 7. As we hear spectator in the background belling out some instructions to the Scotty. This delivery is up in the air, and one bounce. Fielder comes around, stopped it in the process, and one more added. But I believe he was just a little lucky there.
Well, he got a top edge, and he just lobbed more or less, and dropping well short of a backward point when the sweeper at a wide third man was able to come around, cover grounds, and into the and save 3 runs.
So Gulshan will continue after there's a bit of a mopping up of the ball. Will turn now. There you see the playing that short fine line going right back on the fence. And Gulshan will continue. This time to Asif Hooper. Hooper pulls him nicely and beats the fielder on bounce. 4 more runs. He's off the mark.
In style. In style.
Certainly.
Short of a length into the hip, and he just pivoted and then down to deep backward square, to the left of deep backward square, who couldn't cut it off, and it went across the ropes for 4. So 170 for 7. I think there's still a delivery or 2 in this over.
Still 2 deliveries to go. So some 14 deliveries left in this innings for the Winning Island Volcanoes. They're 170 for 7. And I should very much still be eyeing that 200-run target. Gulshan. And Hooper was looking to work that again into that backward square leg position, but got it wide down the leg side. Signal there by umpire Bam. Didn't get any bat onto the ball, and 1 more added to the total. 1 more to be bowled by Gulshan. So it's 171 for 7. And Hooper wrapped in the pad. There's a loud appeal from the bowler, but Bam not interested. Batsman in the process picking up a single. That's the end of over number 18. So 1 172
by
for 7.
signal. I think
Yes.
there's still a legal delivery remaining. Because I think there was a wide. So there's still a delivery remaining in the over.
So I guess our scorer not being as attentive as ought to be, misguiding me on the screen, but such is life. Is that one final delivery coming in now to bowl to Descartes, and wide outside the off stump, another wide.
Another wide signal, so he will have to bowl that again. Total now on to 173.
.173 for 7. Gulshan.
Seems as if the pressure is taking its toll on Gulshan.
Well, let's hope he can wrap the over now with this illegal delivery and driven.
And it's a no ball.
Well, is he going to ever finish this over? And well, there was an opportunity to run out the batter there in Descartes, and the wicketkeeper dropping the ball in the process. It's certainly a comedy of errors out there.
It's total comedy of errors, and I think it was pretty suicidal on the part of Descartes. He coming back for that second, but the keeper really should have done well. Descartes should have been out by miles, dropping his bat in the process, diving full length in, and then the keeper tumbling over the batter. Really looking a bit comical.
Certainly. So we're still awaiting for this over to be completed, and a bit of attention being given there to Descartes. The physio's out for the Windward Island Volcanoes, and she will now return, and this is something we see creeping into West Indies cricket. A lot of females are being given the opportunity to perform the duty as physio. We saw it, of course, with the St. Kitts Nevis franchise. As a matter of fact, it appears as if the entire medical staff were all female.
Well, there's performing the roles. There's no separation.
So this has been a very long 18th over.
And it's good to see females are now taking up what was traditionally that male role. And we have seen it even in the construction industry.
Gulshan goes to Descartes. Descartes hits this one high over long off and pulls the bit there for the camera. Lovely shot off the bat of Descartes.
Well, it was in the slot and he just lifted it. And that he is saying, yeah, that's what I want. Right in the slot, and he just lifted it over wide long off for 6. And the total now 181. That's the completion of over number 18.
Finally, I believe it was a 10-ball over.
Yeah, it was a pretty long over indeed.
Some 3 wides and a no ball.
And 18 overs, 2 overs remaining. Descartes, he's now 149. 9.5 century. Asif Hooper is with him, he's on 4. And they have that long mid-wicket conference in, perhaps strategizing how they're going to deal with the last 2 overs.
Well, 12 balls remaining, 19 more will get them up to 200. They will certainly want to push over these two, Hooper and Descartes. Both, of course, they know how to bludgeon, if I can say this cricket ball. And the Nepali attack certainly will want to ensure that they restrict these two here in this the 8th wicket partnership for the Windward Island Volcanoes, as Irie,
who has 4 wickets under his belt. Final over, I'm sure he's eyeing that 5 wicket, as we would say, a 5-er.
Well, let's see if he can make some damage here as Asif Hooper repairs, and Hooper just pulls it into that awkward square leg position. There comes Asif off the fence with a beautiful return into the glove of the wicketkeeper. So he's really and truly doing some fine work there in that backward square leg position.
Yes, he's doing some work, and 2 runs to Hooper, who goes up to 6, the total now 184. And sure, Airy would fancy himself picking up a 5-er.
Well, he has 5 more deliveries in which he can possibly do it. 184 for 7. Hooper at the end there will have different thoughts. And Hooper this time goes fine, and Asif couldn't get there this time around. Well taken there off the bat of Asif Hooper.
Well, Asif Hooper, and there's Asif in the outfield, but Asif just couldn't cut that one off, and it went past him like a bullet and into the fence for 4. So Hooper now into double figures, and the total now rushes on to 188.
So the 200 looks pretty much on the cards for the Volcanoes. They're 188 for 7, and this is the 19th over, with still some 10 legal deliveries to come. And Irie, who has certainly had a good day with the ball, picking up some 4 wickets, coming on for a little bit of assault in this is final over. As it comes in now, the ball to Asif Hooper. And Hooper pulls, and will only get one as Karan is in that deep mid-wicket boundary.
And immediately we can see Hooper looking at the bottom of his bat. Not timing it, really hit the bottom of the bat and just lobbed out to a deep mid-wicket area, and he got a single.
189 for 7, and there you see Bertel doing a little bit of mopping up with that white handkerchief, and I will now over now this time to bowl to Descartes. Descartes, that's into the final.
And he clears the ropes.
Wow. 6 runs there to Descartes. So, Irie 89 for 7. And there we see Captain Padel coming over just to have a chat with his bowler. And just 2 more deliveries remaining. It's 195 for 7. So, the Windward Island Volcanoes might very well be scoring the largest total in this tournament thus far.
So Descartes 50 off 25 deliveries, 4 4s and 5 6s.
So Irie,
he's scoring boundaries.
comes in now to bowl to Descartes. He's walking into that one and wrapped on the pad. Gets a single in the process. I believe it's going to be a leg by. It is being signaled a leg by. 196 for the loss of 7, and they equal the top score thus far for the series.
Well, definitely. So good comeback on the part of the Windwards, and definitely 200 is really on the card. 7 deliveries remaining, 196 for 7. I'm sure they would fancy themselves getting up to at least 210.
Well, Irie turns here at the top of his mark, and will probably try to make amends, this time to Asif Hooper. And Hooper hikes this one way over the deep backward square leg fence for 6. Well taken. And the 200 is up on the board, the 202 for the loss of 7.
Well, certainly a very productive over indeed on the part of the Windward Islands. Airy, who had 3 good overs, picking up some 4 wickets, really was taken to the cleaners in this last over. And both Asif Hooper and Shadrach Descartes enjoying themselves. Descartes bringing up his 50 off 25 deliveries, 4 4s, 5 6s. Asif Hooper joining the parties. He's on 17 with 1 6 and 2 4s.
So with 1 over to go, 6 balls remaining. We think these 2 out there will probably like to push on to a 215, possibly. You never know, up to 220.
Well, certainly.
Well, it's going to be some part of his.
Yes, Sampal to bowl the final over.
And there we see Hooper and Descartes having a mid-wicket chat, and Hooper saying, "Look, let's go, mate. That's ready. Take it to the bowlers. This is the final over. The bowler, I should say, with Sampal." And there's an aerial view. As you notice that the sunshine is back with us here at Park Hill. As you see those shadows. And here comes Sampal. First delivery of the final over. And Descartes hikes this one. He's possibly going to be out caught. He is out caught. And there goes wicket number 8. So immediately striking in this, the 20th over.
You could see this cat here, so looking at the bottom of his bat, that coming off the bottom of the bat. But he has played a good hand. And really put helped Windwards Island Volcanoes to put a decent total on the board. They are now 202 for 8. And really, he could be satisfied with his job. 55, 26 deliveries, 4 fours, 5 sixes. Really would have done it for Windwards in terms of getting over 200.
Certainly. And that's back to the dressing room. That's
a bit disappointed in himself.
Yes.
And we see Larry Edwards making his way out to join Asif Hooper.
Well, Edwards will take strike. And he also, if given the opportunity, can hit it. And hit it along with Larry Edwards. He's known more for his off spin more than anything else. But Sompal was struck, I should say, in the first ball of this, the 20th over. Would like certainly to ensure that things are kept very much that way for Nepal. Comes in out to bowl to Larry Edwards. Edwards punches it into the offside. Mid-off comes in. And it's good. Good play there from Edwards. Immediately getting Hooper, who's the in-batsman, to take the strike.
And that's very sensible on the part of Larry Edwards. So Asif Hooper comes back into strike, and sure he will be fancying himself and clearing the boundaries on a few occasions, but Sample would have other ideas.
203 for 8, 4 deliveries left. This one is hit high and hard. The fielder's coming around, and is he going to take it? Does so. And if there's one thing with this Nepal team, they have not dropped a catch.
They have done a lot of catching practice from what we would have seen earlier, and they are taking their catches. Their ground fielding is what really creating the problem, and we can see. So that's the ninth wicket, 203 for 9. As I think is what? Redhead making his way out in the middle.
So there goes Asif Hooper making way for Redhead. And with 3 deliveries to go, over the 200 run mark. But Parker is of such that if you don't bowl properly, you will certainly be finding yourself going over the ropes pretty often.
So some 3 deliveries remaining in this 20 overs. Can Redhead survive?
A delivery that he has to pull out of. And really and truly pounded in the pitch there by Sompal. And Redhead certainly going to
one of the things Sampal must remember that fast bowlers have very good memories. And Redhead, being a fast bowler himself, would push that in the back of the head, so to speak.
Patrick Patterson, remember what happened back in the 80s there in Bridgetown, Barbados, as this delivery, Redhead, looking to work it off the hip, didn't get back to ball, it's wide down the leg side.
Wide signal by umpire Byam.
But the story is that Patrick Patterson was bounced, I believe, by one of the Australians, and immediately went to the Australian dressing room the afternoon and say, tomorrow all of you are going to be dead. So said, well, not literally, but he
came
really
out with guns blazing.
With immense pace. And had the Aussie batsmen in all sorts of tangles. But this is a different type of cricket that is happening here. As Sompal comes in out to bowl to Redhead. And Redhead gets back onto ball into the offside. 1 more to the total. It's 204 now for 9. That's 205 for 9.
I think the final delivery coming up.
1 more delivery to come.
Yes. So 205 for 9. And Larry Edwards comes back into strike.
So Edwards to face the last delivery. 205 for 9. Sompal. Very long run up to Larry Edwards, and he cracks it into the waiting arms there of Pratish. And it's 205 all out.
Yes, 205 all out of the final delivery. And the win was getting 205, but Sampal coming on in the final over, picking up some 3 wickets in the final over. And really saw the demise, what we anticipate, what looked like 210 to between 210 to 15, ended up 205 for
all out.
All out. And I would think that the Windwards would still fancy their chances, having posted a defendable total.
Well, 205 certainly is a good total on the part of the Windward Island Volcanoes. And we certainly commend the likes of Dylan Douglas, who certainly had a good innings. Melius, of course, in the early party. Descartes, yes.
Asif Hooper with a little cameo to the end, and really would have done it for Windwards to ensure that they got over 200. As we can look at a drone shot, nice surroundings really, and much very appreciative crowd here at Park Hill as well. So one could understand, and there would be a lot of advice later when the Windwards take the field.
So that's the tent that is facilitating the Nepal team here at Park Hill. We are going to take a break at this point in time. There will be a light roll applied to the pitch here at Park Hill, and when we come back, of course, the Nepal team, they'll be asked to score 206 for victory in this, the third and final practice game here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as they prepare for Cricket World Cup T20 2024.
So just a bit of the scorecard. Keman Emilia Scott, Bol Kamal Airy for 12. So Melius Bol Airy 12, Stephen Pascal Bol Saka Dakal for 20, Kavem Hodge caught, Asif Bol Karan for 18, Jeremy Salazano was caught, Asif Bol Airy for 3, Dylan Douglas caught, Gulshan Bol Kamal Singh Airy 56, Darren Ned Stump Anil Bol Bortel for 3, Descartes caught, Bortel Bol Sample for 55, Dean Brown caught, Karan Bol Kamal Singh Airy for 2, Asif Hooper caught, Gulshan Bol Sample for 17, Larry Edwards caught, Practice Bol Sample 1, Nicholas Redhead not out on 1, and the bowling, Karan 3 overs, no maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Practice 2 overs, no maidens, 15 runs, no wicket. Kamal Singh Airy 4 overs, no maidens, 44 runs, 4 wickets. Gulshan 3 overs, no maidens, 48 runs, no wicket. Saga Dakal 3 overs for 16 runs, 1 wicket. Bortel 3 overs for 35 runs, 1 wicket. And Sampal 2 overs, 16 runs, 3 wickets. That's a breakdown of the batting and the bowling lineup, and in a few minutes we would see Nepal coming back to do battle here with the Windward Island Volcanoes.
mountains, aye, aye, aye. Man, woman, jai, aye, aye. Brown, Vincy, hands up high, and let me hear you say.
Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home. Hey. So many places in the world, so many beautiful things to see, but none of it compares to home. I'm from paradise, SPG. So from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Take a drive to the countryside, drop the window and feel the vibe. There's no other place I'd rather be. Me Vincy girl by my side. I tell them all the while, we don't have no gold nor oil, but we have wonderful people rich with beautiful smiles. From the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Hey, Vincy me come from, and I will never sell out my heritage. So if you're looking for me, don't worry, you can find me up in the hills. I'm doing it the Vincy way. I wish every day was Vincy day. So if you're proud of your country, put up on your hands and say, from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high, and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Whoa, yeah. Radler, Skinny Fellas. Oh, this island is mine. Oh, 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 oh.
In the heart of the Caribbean lies a hidden gem, a paradise waiting to be explored, where every corner tells a different story, a place where nature finds its solace. Each swaying palm, each grain of sand, crushed volcanic rock have formed black sand beaches that surround the island. Gentle waves kiss the shore, inviting you into its blue waters. Each beach a canvas painted with the hues of paradise. As the sun sets, the rhythm of life continues with the beat of the Vincy culture. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines,
response from Nepal as they seek to overtake the 205 set by the Windward Island Volcanoes. The Volcanoes out in the middle, and now we see Asif and Bertel. Not on screen just yet, but they are making them win to the middle for Nepal.
Yeah, so Asif sporting number 9 on the back of his shirt, Bertel number 14, and these two would start the battle for Nepal. And it looks like Ned, who is going to start the attack from the southern end, and the road end, and the northern end is the Pearl Best Center end, and cool conditions here at Park Hill.
Just about 4:27 local time, and the whole matter.
No interruption. We should be finished by 6.
By 6, and I hope that the light does not become an issue as we get close to the 6 o'clock hour. We've lost the sunshine here. There's absolutely none here at Park Hill. There's certainly a bit of a cloud cover. No immediate threat of rain as this we see our first delivery. Ned. Ball is, well, couldn't keep it out of the fence there. He dived. There's right there for all his worth, but Nepal is off and 4 without loss.
That's Larry Edwards. That was short of a length outside the off stump. He opened the face of the bat. That's Bertel, and ran it down to a wide third man. Larry Edwards on the third man boundary was running for all his worth. Dive, got a hand to it, couldn't keep it back. It went over the rope. So 4 runs to Nepal, and they're off and running.
So Bertel the batter. Ned to Bertel, and spanks it into the offside square, the wicket for 4 more. So Edwards being roughed up early, and this the response from Nepal.
And it immediately brings a change in the field. So I think he's going to push in a point that was short of a length, and he stood up and just hammered it through point and into the fence for 4. So back-to-back boundaries for Bertil, 8 of the first 2. So pressure very early on Ned, and he would want to make some amends. Melios just doing a bit of adjustments. So the long on has been pulled in off the boundary, and the point has been placed right back on the fence.
Ned. And Bertel pulls over mid wickets. As a matter of fact, he spooned it. He's out caught by Descartes. For a moment I thought he had the power on it, but he skied it. And Descartes came in and took a very, very simple catch.
Well, it's a very, very simple catch indeed. And just to the start of the innings, ADI was having a chat with the coach of the Windward Island Volcanoes. And he was saying he saw enough that if you give the batters the room, they are going to dispatch you. But if you could keep it close to their bodies, that they're not too comfortable with it. That was close to the body of Bertel. He was looking to pull that over mid-wicket. Didn't cue it well. Descartes at mid-wicket took a simple catch, and he has to make his way back. So early success for Ned, and that should do his confidence a world of good.
Certainly. Having gone for 2 boundaries in his first 2 deliveries, coming back in the third delivery to pick up the wicket of Bertel, who was really looking to be in fine flowing form here at Park Hill, but we've seen the back of him. 8 for the loss of 1, and the new batsman is Anil. So we have 2 wicket keepers in the middle, and Anil and Asif.
Well, they would have to keep the bowlers out.
They'll have to keep their wicket, certainly, as Ned mops his brow at the top of his mark. And will now turn as a new batter in Anil. Settles, and Ned passes umpire Butler and played nicely into the onside. He was well behind it. Anil off for a single, and he's immediately off the mark. 9 for the loss of 1.
So still early days yet, trying to get 206 for victory. And Nepal in the very first over having 2 boundaries off the first 2 deliveries, then losing the wicket of Bertil in the 3rd delivery. So some 4 deliveries already and 9 for 1.
Ned. And this time, Asif, it spoons off the top of the bat for 6. Into that 3rd man position.
Again,
and one will say maybe a lucky shot.
Very fortuitous indeed. He was in no position for the shot. He was just waving the bat, took the top edge, and with the pace of Ned, flew over 3rd man, clearing the boundary by some distance for 6. So 15 for 1. And perhaps one looks at it now that they are going on the advice of the coach, keep it close to their bodies.
So, an unfortunate day for Ned. He's gone for 15 thus far in his first 5 deliveries. He's picked up the wickets of Bertil. Very importantly, of course, Bertil, we know what he can do. And back in the pavilion. But quite fortuitous on the part of Asif, Muhammad Asif Sheikh. He's out. He's not out on 6. And Ned will turn at the top of his mark to bowl his final delivery of this, the first over. Races in now. Bowls to Asif. And Asif for this one peels off the outer edge. And some good work down in that 3rd man position. Batsman, I believe, picked up 1 in the process. 16 for the loss of 1 after the first.
So they got a good stop by Larry Edwards on the boundary there. That was traveling. It peeled off the outside edge and it was really traveling. Larry Edwards, I think, going to his better hand, and was able to stop it. And in the end, 16 for 1 at the completion of the first over. So a decent over for Nepal, but lost the wicket of Bertil in the process.
Well, the Volcanoes will be pretty happy picking up the wicket of Bertil. Ned might be spanting a little. The fact that some 16 runs came off his first over. So one might say somewhat even Stevens in the first, as Redhead is going to pick up the attack from the northern end. And this tall Grenadian, stockily built, will certainly want to do as Ned did, to pick up a wicket or 2 in this his first over.
So the opening pair, both Grenadians.
Both Grenadians. There comes Redhead. And holding to Asif, and Asif plays it down into that 3rd man position. That's Ned there under the 3rd man fence. Gets the ball quickly back into the gloves of Dylan Douglas. And the total is on by 1 to 17 for the loss of 1. Redhead. Those broad shoulders of his. And the kind of build that you expect from a fast bowler.
Yes, he's about 6'3", 6'4", and broad shoulders.
Runs away from the northern end now to bowl. This time to Anil. And punches into the mid-on position. And fielders quickly in there, but can't stop the single. One more. 18 for 1 and good running.
Larry Edwards, good. He's covered ground very quickly, but good running at the part of the batters for Nepal. He just played it with the soft hands. Edwards had to cover some grounds and they threw very easily for the single.
So Anil Kumar, he's on 1. It's 18 for the loss of 1. And Redhead at number 32 on his back.
And he's starting from just outside the 30-yard circle. It is a pretty long run.
Comes in now to bowl to Asif, and Asif works it again down to that short 3rd man. They offer that quick single. He's run out. Is he?
Umpire Butler says not out. He was in a perfect position, but I think it's just about making his ground. And Butler very quickly, they do not have the benefit of the replay. Butler very quickly shaking his head and saying not out.
Let's have a look at this. It's not side on. but it looks as if he might just have gotten that
I think
bat
he
in.
just got the bat in from where we are.
Let's look at it now, and a different angle.
Yes, he is in.
He's in.
So good work by Butler.
Good judgment on the part of umpire Butler as Redhead comes in out to Bolton Neal. Sa was looking to probably get this one down too long on and got the outer portion of the bat trickled into the path of the wicketkeeper. And total remains on 19 for the loss of 1. Nepal chasing 206 for victory. And there's a little bit of a quietness around the ground. This person's just simply observing what is taking place in the middle, Charlo.
Well, you definitely can tell where the support is coming from. And picking up a wicket here, I'm sure the crowd will erupt.
Redhead into Anil Sa. And Sa skies this one. And there is Kavim Hodge getting under it and takes a well-taken judge catch. Well done there by Kavim Hodge. Wicket number 2.
Well, perhaps I predicted it. As you said, getting a wicket here, the crowd will come to life, and they certainly did. Hodge making very good judgment there. He was settled, he took it, and the second wicket goes down at 19 for 2.
Let's look at this replay here as Hodge settling under this one and bucking it in and conscious of the ropes behind him, but certainly did well and taking the second catch of the innings for the Winning Islands. Nepal, they're 19 for 2.
Well, certainly he was very mindful of the ropes, and he was very quickly turned around to see how far he was or how close he was to the ropes, and took a good catch. And it's 19 for 2 as we see Captain Rohit Padel comes out to do battle. So he has a job on his hand to pull his team out of the hole that they find themselves in after 1.5 overs.
So 19 for 2, the diminutive Rohit Padel. Very short play indeed. And mindful of the fact that he has a lot to do here if Nepal are to make their way up to that 205 for victory here this evening. They're 2-0 up in this practice series as Redhead races past the umpire Bam, and Padel flashes of one wide outside the off stump, signal a wide by umpire Bam. So that's 20 for 2. Nepal in this the second over. And Redhead shaking his head a bit, saying, how could I have bowled that so wide of the off stump? Well, he looked to make amends and moves in now to bowl to the Nepalese captain. And this one's off the edge, races into the third man fence, and a bit of fortune there for Rohit.
Definitely some fortune on the part of Captain Padel. He swatted at it, got an edge. It was wide off the keeper Dylan Douglas, and down to the fence it was, and for 4. So at the end of over number 2, it's 24 for 2. 8 runs coming in that over. You can see Douglas there smiling and saying, hey, that one eluded me.
Yes.
And so 12 runs and over, and we can see Descartes to pick it up from the southern or road end.
So Shadrach Descartes to bowl the third over, replacing Ned from the southern end, or the road end, as Charles called a while ago. Asif Hooper seems to be assisting tremendously with the whole matter of the field placing, and Captain Melius certainly giving him that opportunity off a short run. Descartes should be coming, and just doing a bit of a warm-up, so to speak, as the not-out batsman is Mohammad Asif Sheikh. He's on 9. Rohit Padel, the captain, is on 4. Descartes rolls in now to bowl this one outside the off stump, having a bit of a fan at it. Douglas had it well taken, and total remains at 24 for 2. There's umpire. That's on the shot there as the Descartes now. The ball well fielded there by Descartes. Thought for a moment to flick it back onto the stumps, but I believe Rohit would have gotten back.
Well, I think he certainly would have. But good work by Descartes. And
outside the off stump and again fanning at a wide delivery. And Descartes looking at Butler as to why did you call that one a wide?
As you can see, having a quiet word there with Butler. Umpire's decision is final. One of the things we noticed in the IPL that you could have challenged the umpire, called for a review. We do not have that facility here.
And this one is punched square the wicket and beaten the field in the process. As a matter of fact, he almost, who's that fielder there?
It's Pascal.
Pascal almost lost his trousers in the process. And 4 well-taken runs off the bat of Muhammad Asif. He's on to 13. It's 29 for the loss of 2 wickets as Descartes. We're coming once again to bowl to Asif, and he punches this one high and hard into someone yard above, and you can see that white ball now making its way back down. A huge hit.
It was in the slot, and he picked it up beautifully, and it went sailing majestically over long on.
There you see a little boy. He's at home above the ground.
Very soon, I think that ball would be retrieved. But really, was a good hit there by Asif, and the ball has been returned. And the total goes on to 35. We are in over number 3. So they are going at a good run rate here.
So we say thanks to that family. If you're watching us on VC3, well, yes. They're also looking at it live. But thank you ever so much. It seems as if he's done a whole lot of work with that.
Yeah, so he's standing there with hands on hip.
Here comes Descartes. And pulled. And this is one that's going to get close to the boundary. I doubt Hooper's going to pull it back. He doesn't. So Hooper not wanting to punch the covers.
A very sensible move on the part of Hooper.
Yes. And 39 for 2. So Descartes is coming in for some stick here.
For some good sticks. Some 15 runs also. Well, at 24, it was 24 after 2. It's now 39, so 15 runs already in the over.
Descartes, final ball, the third over, and cracked square the wicket. But Pascal is there, picking it up. And a 1-run result in 40 for the loss of 2, but a very expensive over there from Descartes.
Some 16 runs coming in that over. So at the end of over number 3, 40, just going at over 13 runs and over. And the Windward Island Volcanoes would want to pull things back, because if you allow these 2, they can really run away with things.
40 for 2 after 3. And that's over 13 runs per over. 13.2 runs per over. And there you see.
Redhead will continue from the Paul Best center end.
So, Redhead with his second over. I see. Wooded Islands continue with this all-pace attack. And this delivery, Anil is out caught behind. is looking to run it down to third man. And again, keeping that ball close to the bat, I think would have accounted for that one.
Definitely, it was too close for the shot. And Coach Peters did indicate, keep it close to the batters. And you're going to give them some problem. And there it was, very close. He was looking to run it down to third man. Didn't have the room. And he was rocking the top part of his body back, getting a faint edge. Douglas took it gleefully, 40 for 3. Windwards Island Volcano was in a similar position, Eddie, if you can recall.
Yes.
And here it is. You look at moving the top part of the body, trying to get back. He was really cramped for room.
And off the bottom edge, straight into the gloves of wicketkeeper Dylan Douglas. So there goes Asif, 40 for 3. And our production team seems to be having a bit of fun with that replay.
Yes, certainly. But that was a little too close to him for that shot. So Jora makes his way out to do battle. Sandeep Jora. And Redhead now picking up 2 scalps.
Well, Jora has not had a good series. He went for a first ball duck in the first, and I believe he scored 1 in the second. So really and truly want to make amends. It is the third and final T20 as Redhead bowls, and Jora gets one that peels off the outside edge down to short third man. He's off the mark, and it's 41 for the loss of 3. Jora, there you see Rohit Padel, very diminutive player indeed. He's the captain of this Nepal team and has shown us in the last T20 that he certainly can really play his shots. Arms akimbo as he watches Redhead making his way back to the top of his mark. And the tall, stockily built Grenadian will now turn and moves in into that gentle breeze that's flown across the Parker playing field now. Bowls to Padel. And Padel works one into that short gully position. And fielder there looks like Captain Melius.
Certainly Melius, just toying around with it.
Still 41 for the loss of 3. Had a bit of a rain early on, had a 20 minutes interruption to play, but no reduction in the overs. With an Island Volcanoes 205 all out of the allotted 20. And thus far in this the 4th over, 3.3 overs is 41 for the loss of 3. As Redhead outside that 30-yard circle. So he has a very long run up and breaks into it now. To go past umpire Bayam to Padel, and Padel punches it into the offside, and there again is Captain Melius. So captain finding captain in the field.
Action replay of the previous delivery.
Without a doubt.
So a pretty tidy over so far by Redhead.
Redhead bustles in now to bowl to Padel, and Padel works this nicely off the pads, and as a matter of fact down to that long on position, gets 1, and total now on to 42. He's on to 4. He's on to 5, sorry. 42 for the loss of 3. So that's Ned. He didn't have the best of first overs. But Redhead, who's really and truly made an impression, comes in again this time to bowl, and Jora is in defense, working it backward along the pitch and feeling his bowling there. That's Redhead with a good over.
A very good over and a successful over on the part of Redhead and Windward Island Volcanoes. So at the end of over number 4, 42 going at just over 10 runs and over. I've said 10.5, and we see immediately now the pace attack from the southern end has been pulled out, and we can see Kavem Hodge with his left arm spin, who is going to pick it up from this end.
Well, it's been an all-pace attack, but as we are about to see this fifth over, Kavem Hodge being pulled into the attack by Captain Melias. And of course, this is an opportunity for Sundeep Jura. As I said early on, not having the best series thus far. A delivery that is driven into the offside finds Asif Hooper in the way. That's Bodell. And quickly getting it back to Kavem Hodge. Hodge. Again to Padel. And Padel drives again into the path of Hooper in that cover position.
Well, he should have done better with that. It was a low full toss. And he drove it firmly and straight to Asif Hooper, who fielded well. And there was no run.
This delivery was pulling, and well, a good attempt down there. Looks like Descarte. Well, that's gone for 6.
I think he swung that from outside the off stump.
Yes, and found that whitish long on position, and there you see Descarte again on his knees, retrieving the ball, and he'll walk around the covers. But in the end, shot there, earning Nepal and the captain 6 more runs. 48 for the loss of 3. Hodge to Rohit. This time outside the off stump, and he works it fine into that backward point fence. That's 4 well taken runs.
Certainly well played there by Rohit. Yeah, he recognized Hodge. The previous delivery was tossed up. He was swung over wide-ish mid-wicket. He got 6. Hodge just shortening his length outside the off stump, and Padel was able to cut it through backward point, beating backward point in Pascal and down to defense for 4. So back-to-back boundaries here for Padel. So pressure on Hodge immediately.
Well, the 50 is up in a Jiffy. It's 52 off 4.4 overs. 4 overs and 4 balls. But Nepal on the attack. This one is driven into the cover region. Good work there by Asif Hooper. Dive into his right. And naturally bet on the left side, but showing that he's also good going to his right. And avoiding any addition to the total. 52 for the loss of 3. The final delivery here from Kavem Hodge. And the work down to third man. Throw comes in very quickly, but no threat at all.
I think it's a weak throw on the part of Larry Edwards. And they were through comfortably for that single. Some 11 runs coming in that over.
So that's the end of the 5th over. 53 for the loss of 3. And Waddell has responded in a big way here for Nepal. They were under a bit of a pressure, having lost those 2 quick wickets. But Padel, one may say, with those lusty blows and in that last over, certainly seeing to the Windward Islands is not going to be an easy road.
Well, Asif Hooper, who has been pretty outstanding in the field thus far, he's going to pick it up from the Paul Bess center end, the northern end of the ground. So it's now an all-spin attack on the part of Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Asif Hooper. Ball head baited. And
it is not managed to
had a
cock of the DL.
good cameo.
Cock of the DL.
Comes in the post to Padel. Padel sweeps and finds Kavem Hodge in the way.
Hodge, a good mover in the field, I would say. Covers ground very quickly.
Hooper. To the Nepal captain, and he strokes it down to long on. And Larry Edwards is down there making somewhat of a meal out of that one, but he got it back in.
And pretty quickly, and deter them from taking a single.
That should have been a single. Jura, a not-out batsman. And Jura goes square. Could only find the field in that point position. And there is no run. Hooper. again to Jura. That one is well up. And had to come down on it very quickly indeed. Punches it eventually into the offside. There was Descartes. And total remains on 54 for the loss of 3. So a good over thus far being bowled here by Asi Fupa. The bearded ballman, if I can say that, as he comes in now to bowl to Jura. Jura is forcing this one from outside the off stump into the onside. And good footwork down there on the long on fence, and the throw comes in finally over the head of Douglas, but there was this redhead backing it up, and 2 more added to the total.
And that was sweetly played off the back foot. It was timed sweetly, and it really raced down there, but extremely good work on the part of Larry Edwards. He has really been to the wars in the last few overs and saving his team 2 runs.
Yes, good work. Showing off his football skills, if one can say that. As we have a look at it via the replay, but here comes Hooper. And Jura is, well, missing that one. So too is Douglas. And it'll be interesting to see whether or not he got an edge onto it. Let's see.
I think
yes, it's a bye.
Buys.
Yes, it's a bye. 2 buys, as a matter of fact. So total is on by 2 to 58 for the loss of 3. So the end of over number 6. And if you recall, after 6 overs, the Windward Islands, they were 56 for the loss of no wickets. Nepal, they're 58 for 3.
Well, according to Duckworth Lewis, at this stage, Nepal should have been 68.
So they're 10 runs behind on the Duckworth Lewis. Should we have an interruption by rain at this point in time? That is certainly not in the offing. As you see Jura on screen there at the non-striker's end. Hodge is going to continue from the southern end. And Jura seems to be a little winded there. He had a lot of running to do. The last delivery. And Hodge for the Windward Islands into bold, and here comes Hodge once again, and worked into the onside. 2 fielders converge on it, and good return coming in there. 1 bounce hitting the stumps, but Captain Podell was firmly in his crease, had his bat firmly planted, and no chance of a run out there, Charlo.
So it's 60 now for 3, but a good return, and really Podell making his ground, and so he was in no danger whatsoever. And umpire, but by not far away, having his eyes on things. I think that was Salazano coming off the boundary.
Here comes Hodge, and Jura poking at one outside the off stump, asking the question.
Nice Podell.
But then the umpire indicated that you also moved towards the ball, so can't be called a wide. And this one is punched into the backward point position, and picked up there by Pascal. On more to the total. It's now 61 for the loss of 3. Nepal in this, the 7th over. Here comes Kabim Hodge, and driven. Fielder comes around in that extra cover position and gets a good, strong return into the gloves of Douglas. But 1 more added in the interim. 62 now for the loss of 3. Hodge and Jura punches square again. Point comes in, that's backward point comes into play once again. Pascal, and 1 more added to the total. It's now on to 63 for 3.
So 63 for 3. Pass score according to Duckworth Lewis should be 75. So the Windwards keeping their fingers on the lid and putting a bit of pressure on Nepal. These 2 will have other ideas, and getting among the wickets here would put a bit more pressure on Nepal in relation to Duckworth Lewis.
Well, Windward Islands will continue. Asif Hooper from the northern end.
And that's a huge hit. Huge hit. That went to the top of the hills. And we see Padel favoring that shot. He had a good swat and it went sailing. .69. So out goes the replacement ball. So playing at Park Hill certainly would have to have a good bit of replacement balls, Eddie.
Well, certainly there's a lot of vegetation around the ground, as you will notice in the distance. This is a farming community. There are a lot of banana trees and, of course, mango and coconut trees and a lot of shrub around. And the moment you clear the ground, that's where you're going to end up.
And that one was on the hilltop. And so have a replacement ball already selected. Asif Hooper will continue to bowl to Padel, who is on 26.
Talk about mango trees. It is mango season. I don't know how much of it you've eaten thus far.
Well, I have had quite a bit of it, and I would endeavor to do my best during the season.
Well, same here. Certainly it's a season that I look forward to here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, those sweet mangoes. And this one is neatly worked there by Padel, getting himself another boundary, 4 more runs. And there is Asif Hooper bleeding a bit of runs here at this point in time.
Well, I think I was looking at Red Head. I'd love to see that replay. But it was neatly played by Padel. He goes on to 30, really leading the charge. He's now 73 for 3.
And now long on comes into play. Pascal picking it up, tossing it in, back to Hooper, who will now this time bowl to Jura. He's not out on 5. Padel has moved on to 31 as we see this one again, bringing long on into play. And Jura is on to 675 now for the loss of 3. So keeping a fairly good scoring rate is Nepal. Outside the off stump, and that one cramped him a bit as he looked to go square of the wickets. Asif Hooper as Jura fiddles a bit with the bail there. And this one, Padel hits high. He might very well be out caught. No, it clears the fence. Good shot in the end there from Padel.
So clearing the boundary, picking up 6. So Hooper under pressure. Over number 8 comes to an end. And Nepal just about it. They should have been around 82 at this particular stage. 81 for 3 and really keeping in the hunt.
Well, Captain Rohit Padel, he's leading from the front. He's 37 not out. It'll be interesting to know how many balls he faced thus far, because he's really and truly raced to 37.
Yes, and he has hit a couple of 6s in that as well. But there's going to be a change in bowling at the southern end, and we can see Larry Edwards now coming into the attack with Kavem Hodge being taken out of the attack.
So Edwards, who enjoyed some success in the first game. I think he picked up about 3 scalps in the first game.
3 for 20 off his 4.
So Captain Melius calling on him at this point in time, as Rohit Padel certainly looking to take the Windward Island bowlers to the cleaners, and he's been successful thus far. 81 for the loss of 3. This time we'll be bowling to Sandeep Jura. He's not out on 6, has been more sedate than his captain, more quiet. And this delivery works it off the pads. And he'll pick up a single in the process. Mid-wicket feeder coming around and cleaning things up for the Windward Islands, getting the return quickly back into the gloves of Dylan Douglas. Edwards. We're in at number 4. Comes in now to bowl to Padel, and Padel going square the wicket there. This captain Melius ever present in that point position. No run resulting. And this one works nicely down to that whitish long on position. Fielder comes in, and just one more added to the Nepal total. It's now 83 for the loss of 3. Larry Edwards now to Jura. Jura gets one that stands up outside the off stump and gets it down to that short third man position. Quickly off for a single, and adding to his total, he's now on to 8. So Jura is doing it in the singles. Meanwhile, his captain Padel, who's there on screen, really and truly looking to clear the boundaries as often as possible or get close to the ropes. This delivery, he's back in the crease outside the off stump and looks at the umpire as if to say, well, that should have been a wide.
But has no interest in it.
Edwards. Rohit drives and picked up quickly there by Edwards, who rifled the return back to Douglas. No harm done in the end. That's the end of over number 9. It's 84 for the loss of 3.
And par total should have been 89. So they're just behind by some 5 runs. Still have wickets in hand.
So it's going to be Asif Hooper who will continue.
You see Shadrach Descartes, they're having a conversation. It looks like Descartes is going to pick it up from the Paul Best center end.
Very well, because I was just about to say Hooper came in for a bit of stick in his previous over, and himself along with Descartes and the captain having a discussion. And it was decided Descartes should be given the opportunity to bowl this 10th over. Shadrach Descartes, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
It seems to be very biblical, having a good knowledge of the Bible.
Here comes Descartes. Passes umpire Bam to bowl to Jura. Jura pushes into the offside. He's off for a quick single, and had he struck there, would have been run out.
That would have been gone by the distance.
Yeah, but all he needed to do was to get it into the hands of Descartes. He was standing over the wicket there. He went for the stumps and missed it completely. And an opportunity going a begging there for the Windward Islands.
So,
look at it.
Descartes
There's no way that the player's in the frame.
Yes. And that should have been lobbed back to Descartes.
Yes.
And he would have taken, who was in the best position for that run out. There he was. And Prilla now coming into the frame.
Descartes, and well, going down the wicket there, missing it completely. Was Padel. I think he was beaten a bit by the pace taken off there by Descartes. He's a lively right-arm medium pacer. Over the wicket now to bowl to Padel. And the delivery that has him pushing outside the off stump. We'll get one and alone it will be. Total advances to 86 for the loss of 3. 10th over being bowled. In this practice T20 being played here at the Parker playing field.
I think the Windward Island was around 86. At that point, I think it was about 86 for 5.
So true. So Descartes started and stopped, and then goes back to the top of the mark and now turns around and races in now to bowl to Jura. Jura fans that one outside the off stump. And
got a bottom edge onto that.
a little lucky there. There's Wikiki Douglas. Dylan Douglas had a good innings, made what, 56?
56.
Batting for the Windward Islands, Volcanoes.
28 deliveries, 4 fours, 5 sixes.
Really took the attack to the Nepalese bowlers. This delivery, Jura punches down to at mid-off position. Asif Hooper is there, and only 1 run will result. So, Descartes. There's Captain Millis on your screen. And the Descartes now goes to Podell. Podell plays it into that whitish mid-wicket position. They offer a single, so it's now 88 for the loss of 3 wickets. And this the 10th over.
So at the similar stage, the Windward Island Volcanoes, they were 86 for 5. And here it is at a corresponding stage. Nepal, 87 for 3.
Well, I believe it's 88 for 3.
Should be. Well, I think it should be 88 for 3. So 8.8.
So Larry Edwards continuing from the southern end. And this one is going to go way over the bowler's head. As a matter of fact, I lost sight of it completely. That's gone miles.
Well, certainly Podell is taking it to the bowlers. And so a lot will depend on Podell here. And he's really nailing it.
And once again, we see the kids in that house just above us, not on screen, but they being assisting in the trying to retrieve the ball, and he's done so. Ball is back with us as we see Rohit and Jura getting a bit of a liquid water being brought out. We also seen some what looks like some fresh gloves coming out for Captain. No, that's for Jura. So 94 for the loss of 3 in this, the 11th over. And there you see the family in that house that is right close to the ground, and they're showing us a bottle of ginger wine, not ginger wine, but Gonzalez wine, a locally made wine. And this one is gonna, well, good work in the end by Asif Hooper. So 94 for the 96 for the loss of 3.
And Podell goes on to 48.
We saw some Gonzalez wine being shown there from the house as well.
If you have very good eyes, Eddie.
Well, it was shown on the screen. It was shown on the screen. Maybe we can go up and have a little bit after the game, Charlo.
Well, perhaps what is it? What mixture it would be?
Well, Larry Edwards has a different mixture in the middle. Comes in now to bowl to Podell. And Podell was looking to work one right outside the leg stump. And signal a wide now by umpire Butler.
97. 3.
Edwards again.
Beautifully played.
Down the leg side, but good work in the deep. What looks like, is it
Redhead
or is it Redhead?
Redhead.
So a lanky figure of Redhead saving what possibly could have been 4 runs.
So Podell goes on to 49.
And he's sped to 49 indeed. He's really truly put his team in a position where they can possibly pass this 206 target as a Jura. High score of the series thus far. And this one finds Asif Hooper in that short third man position and gets a single. He goes on to 11.99 for the loss of 3. So that's Jura. This one, he punches square the wickets, and sweeper comes around in that cover position. And I guess the return quickly back in to the arms of Larry Edwards. So
that's his 50.
100, right? And that's the 100.
And the 100 comes up. So 50 coming off, 32 deliveries for Podell, 3 4s, 4 6s.
This time Jura punches onto the onside. Long on comes in. And another single added. 101 for 3. That's the end of over number 11. And Nepal showing intent and showing that they are not taking their eyes off the prize. Certainly, of course, should they continue at the scoring rate, should surpass the 205, Charlo.
Definitely, I think if they continue, they should be around that area. But certainly, Captain Podell playing a very sensible innings. You can see him working the ball around, picking up the 1s and 2s. When they are in the slot, he goes big. So, good 50 off some 32 deliveries, 3 4s, 4 6s, and really put some pressure on the bowler. But you see, there's a changing bowling at the far end, the Paul Best center end. The over number 12 coming up. It looks like Darren Ned coming back into the attack. His first over went for 16.
Well, he has quite naturally looked to make amends. And this the 12th over. This time we'll be bowling to Jura. And a delivery that Jura forces into the offside. Fielder coming in there was immediately looking to get it back in. That's Larry Edwards, but there was no cover at the wicket. He decided just to sensibly kept it for himself.
Well, he held on to it. He held on to it, and I think that was common sense in the end.
Certainly. 102 for the loss of 3. Ned to Podell, and well, good attempt there to his right by wicketkeeper Douglas, but couldn't keep it in. And I wait to see the signal. I believe
inside edge.
Yes, it is. But it was a good effort by wicketkeeper Douglas. Got the glove onto it, but just can hold on. And total is now 104 for the loss of 3 in this the 12th over. Ned bowls to Podell, and Podell finds feeling that
the opposing captain.
Yes, Melius.
Melius.
So it's still 105 for 3. Melius having a bit of a smile.
Just 101 run remaining.
As a matter of fact, he's toying around in the outfield there, Melius. As Ned comes in and bowls to Podell. Podell places down to long on. The fielder comes off the fence and Descartes gets a good return back in there to Douglas on their bunks. And it's now 105 for 3.
Should be 106.
I believe there was a bit of an adjustment to the total, so 105. Ned bowling a better second over to Jura. Jura was looking to heat this over the bowler's head, but got a bit of an outside edge and it's trickled down to that backward square leg position. Gavin Hodge was down there on your screen and tossed it back in. 1 run resulting in 106 now for the loss of 3. Ned. Bustling run up as he comes in on bowls to Podell, and Podell swats this one straight into the arms of Pascal. That's the wicket that the Windward Islands needed, and there goes the Nepalese captain, gone for 53, 106 for 4.
Well, 106 for 4, the wicket that I think the Windward Island Volcanoes wanted. Short delivery, I think it was above his eye line, he couldn't have no control, swatted it out to deep mid-wicket. Pascal took a comfortable catch, and the disappointed Podell has to make his way back. But jubilation in the camp of Windward Island Volcanoes as they regroup and try to now strategize in terms of placing a bit more pressure on Nepal.
106 for the loss of 4.
So 106 for 4. And Windwards just getting that prize scalp of Captain Ruitt. And let's see who comes out. Gulshan comes out to do battle. So he joined Jora, who is on 14. And Gulshan, he's yet to get off the mark. He's yet to face a delivery, as over number 12 came to an end with that final delivery of Ned's over.
Yes, so successful over there for Ned after 16 in the first over, coming back in a big way to pick up the wicket of the Nepal captain. So 106 with a loss of 4. And now Gulshan is there. This one, batsmen are off for another run, 107, and Gulshan will now have the opportunity to take his first knock.
Yeah, so we see Hodge coming back into the attack, and Jora getting an inside edge out to square leg, getting a single, and he goes on to 14. And Gulshan, the left-hander, would now take strike. So Windward Island Volcanoes would want to press on and see if they can make some further inroads into Nepal's batting.
Kavem Hodge, who took a very good catch early on. Didn't do as well as you would have loved to with the bat. I certainly like to do it to the ball. Comes in on both to Gulshan. Gulshan pulls this one. He's going to be out caught. Simple catch. Taken there on the long on fence. And he stands
like
in.
Ned.
It is Ned. So wicket number 5 going down. A dejected Gulshan making his way back into the pavilion.
Well, it was short of a length. He rocked on the back foot and he just picked out the deep mid wicket to perfection. He didn't have to move. He just right into his laps. He took it gleefully, just threw it back rather nonchalantly, and Gulshan has to make his way back for a golden duck.
So gone without scoring, and Nepal 107 for 5.
And how quickly things have changed.
Certainly.
107 for 3, it's now 107 for 5.
So the new batsman coming in is Sumpal. And Sumpal would have shown in the first game that he can really thump it.
Yes, he can bat.
One because Nepal being 130 odd for the loss of 6, chasing 196 with some 4 overs to go, and along with Ivy, they tore this Windward Islands bowling apart and
took the faster bowlers to the cleaners.
Yes, and got to that target with 3 or 4 balls to spare, with 5 balls to spare as a matter of fact. They got picture of the very first ball of the last over. So Sampal Kami takes his guard and looks around.
Well, and interestingly, Sampal Kami, he was out for this game, but the injury to
Irie,
he came back into the attack. He chopped that was almost went into his stumps, past the keeper. They gone for 1, they will come back for 2, but he can count his lucky stars. That almost went into the off stump.
So living a little dangerously there, Sampal, but the gods would have smiled with him. I'd say you have another opportunity. Let's see what you can make of it. This delivery. Again, he's out caught this time. And well taken there by wicketkeeper Douglas.
Yeah, it is a brilliant piece of keeping there by Dylan Douglas. It's again Sampal looking to run it down to third man. Got that edge, top edge, and Douglas standing up, took it gleefully. And it's celebration in the camp of the Windward Island Volcanoes. Sampal goes back for 2.
Well, so 106, 109 for the loss of 6. As Sampal makes his way back in, and a new batter will come in here for Nepal. Just awaiting Sampal as you look at the replay. And this one off the outside edge.
Again, a little too close to him for that shot.
Yes. And
looks like Karan making his way out.
It is Karan as we have a look at this replay. And Douglas, you have to certainly commend him for that catch. So 109 for the loss of 6.
And I certainly have lost 3 wickets for 2 runs.
So the pressure's on.
And how quickly things have changed.
So Casey Karan.
So Hodge picked up 2 wickets thus far in the over.
And, well, we've not seen the sunshine for the last 40 minutes thereabouts, but it's been absolutely no impact on what's happening in the middle there. As there we see a replay once again of Sampal. But there's Karan.
So we would note that a number of the Nepal's batters like running that ball down to third man.
Karan wrapped on the pad is a loud appeal, and umpire Butler not interested.
I think he's indicating height.
Yes.
Douglas, Hodge in disbelief, but umpire Butler, I think Karan is just showing that he has an inside edge.
Well,
umpire Butler was unmoved.
let's see if we can have a look at that replay. 109 for 6 as Karan nudging a bit here and there. Now settles. And ball is pushed into the offside. That's the end of the 13th over.
Successful one.
It is.
109 for 6. And really things have changed dramatically.
Well, let's have a look at this replay. As Hodge comes in there to Karan. Let's see if he did get a bit of a tickle onto it. And it would appear as such as it. Let's see. Yes, off the inside edge of the bat.
Inside edge into the top of the pad.
Yes, that's what happened there.
Yes.
So Butler certainly
perfect position
on top of things.
Very good umpiring here on the part of Dayton Butler. He's an experienced campaigner.
So we're going to have
Javadine Brown. He's going to pick it up from the Paul Best center end. And it's Jora who will be on strike. He's on 15.
So Brown having his first game here today for the Volcanoes. So coming out to bowl to Jora. He's not out on 15. Jora pulls his round to short fine leg and finds Redhead in the way. That's off for a single. And he's on to 16.
No, red by signal by umpire Byam.
Yes, signal now coming there from Byam.
110 for 6.
So Casey Karan takes a leg stump guard there from umpire Byam. Brown into Karan and pulls this one around. As a matter of fact, didn't go in the intended area. Went over the head of wicketkeeper Douglas, and another fortuitous shot.
Yeah, he's very lucky that he was looking to swing that down to fine leg, got a top edge and landed just a short third man. Really lobbed to a short third man area, and he got a single, so he's off the mark.
So here comes Brown yet again to Jura. Jura swings and misses outside the off stump. Douglas was up to the wicket, didn't collect, and his head was high in the air there. Jura. .111 for 6. Brown bowls to Jura. Jura this time gets bat onto ball, but Redhead is down there in that fine leg position. They take one, and that's all it will be as the return comes back into the gloves there of Dylan Douglas.
Leg by signal by umpire Byam. So Jura not getting bat on ball.
Not getting bat onto ball. And Brown looks the busy type of bowler. He's off a very short run. And this time it's worked into the offside, into the cover position. And tossed back immediately to Dylan Douglas. That's the end of the 14th over. And it's 113 now for the loss of 6. And certainly, of course, Nepal being checked, it's been interesting to see what the Duckworth lowest total will be at this point in time. So, over number 14
should have been 145.
Well, they're 113. There's some 22, make that 32 runs behind the DLS.
That's the trouble with the Duckworth Lewis. As you lose wicket, they score mounts. Inside edge.
So, Volcanoes, it appears as if they might be getting their first victory of this practice series against the visiting Nepal team preparing for T20 Cricket World Cup 2024. This one is hit into the air and one bounce into the boundary. Is it a 6? Did it clear the fence? Question being asked by umpire Butler, and now signal 6. So it's 6 runs. Just below our commentary position, dropped under us below the. We have no visual of the rope.
Was around the 30-yard circle mark, not on the boundary, and that cleared him.
This one is driven, and an opportunity gone a begging. It looks like there.
Yes, it was driven straight back. I think it hit him in the midsection. Came back with a bit of power, and he tried to get his hand, wrapped his hands around it, but it went through his hands and into his body. He didn't hold on to it.
Jura skies this one,
It should be
and Kevin Hodge is getting onto it and takes it. So that's the 7th wicket going down. Sundeep Jura caught and bowled by Kevin Hodge, and certainly the writing now must be on the wall as far as a victory is concerned for the Windwards.
Well, definitely they would sense victory. 119 now for 7. And there was Joa looking to heave that. Got a top edge. It's spiral in the air. Very high indeed. Hodge balancing himself, getting there, taking the catch. And look at the joy as he threw it into the air. And the Windward Island Volcanoes sensing victory here. And you can see the celebration as they get into that huddle.
So 119 now for the loss of 7. And certainly folks are following us on our Facebook Live and our YouTube channel, and if you're in the comfort of your home following this practice match here on VC3 channel 114, we thank you ever so much for following what we offer here on VC3, cultural, sporting, and of course programs of national interest. You'll get them here on VC3. And still have that very last falling out of Nepal. Parab Lama, just to call one of the names, Gayo Sangan Shrista.
So Kamal Airy comes out to do battle.
Yes.
He has 4 wickets. He was good with the ball. And he's beaten by that one outside. He was some faster, flatter delivery there by Hodge. He was on the back foot. I think that was through him before he completed the shot.
Hodge to Irie, and Irie's up to the pad. There's a loud appeal. And
they were, I think the fielder was looking at Butler and not paying attention to the ball, and in the end getting a leg by Hodge, asking the Butler the question. He can't believe it. Over number 15 goes to an end, 120.
Well, that has to be height, and you can see it's height.
I think it's height.
Yes.
You can see that really climbing as it passed around the waist.
Well, might have been destructive. It struck him on the...
Yeah, but it struck the back leg.
Right.
And but I think normal trajectory that would have gone over the stump.
So 30 balls remaining. It's 121 for 7. 206 the victory target. And Nepal certainly have a mountain to climb here. The mountains are behind the Park Hill playing field. And traversing them might be very difficult as Brown comes in on bowls. This one is skied, and Hodges coming around and couldn't keep it in.
Redhead couldn't keep it in. I think he was late in terms of moving towards the ball. Perhaps losing sight of it is not the brightest of day because there are some clouds around and there's no sunshine. And I think he was late in picking up that ball. It landed, he was unable to hold it in, and picking up 4 runs.
So Kamal Singh Irie faces up once again to Brown. And this one is a stifled appeal there from Brown as Douglas doing the cleanup work. Batsman taking a single in the process is 125 for the loss of 7.
It moves on to 126. So Javelin Brown had a pretty good first over so far, keeping things tight.
Brown. And missed outside the off stump there by Karan. One, 2, 6 or 7 as Brown comes in now to Karan. And Karan, one bounce into the fence, and that's 4 runs. Seems to favor this era.
Well, they seem to favor the onside.
So Brown now is back at the top of his mark and was about to break into a stride and then had to abort. We're coming out to bowl to Karan. And Karan skies this one. Let's see who's going to get under it. It falls into no man land. Unfortunate day for the Woodland Islands, but Karan was not in control there.
Totally not, and he just lobbed. Brown was trying for all his worth, just couldn't get there, and the deep mid wicket was unable to get there, and it landed safely. So he lives to fight another day. He got a single in the process. It's now 131 for 7.
So Brown moves in yet again. And this one is hit high in the air, and I believe the catch taken there. Well judged. Well taken catch. That's wicket number 8.
Larry Edwards taking the catch. So Brown among the wickets. And Nepal sinks further into trouble. So Brown have bowled 2 tidy overs so far. He has picked up a wicket, and there is Kamal Airy looking to go big, getting at top edge. Larry Edwards circling and judging it well and taking it above his head. 131 now for 8. Some 4 overs remaining. 24 deliveries to get 75 runs for victory Nepal. But so it will be a mountain to climb. And looks like Asif Hooper is going to come back into the attack. So he will bowl over number 17. So it's GC Practice who comes into strike to join KC Karan. And Karan is on 8. Practice yet to get off the mark. And Nepal, well, I think it's going to be Ned who comes into the attack, sporting number 20 on the back of his shirt. He's driving to backward point. They want a single. The return comes in, misses the stump, and backed up by the man on the deep mid on boundary. But had that hit, he'd have been gone for all the worth. So it's now 132 for 8. And perhaps they're just taking their chances. They're just running on every shot.
That appears to be the situation here with Nepal. 132 for 8. 206 the victory target. Still way distance off. And certainly the pressure is mounting as this one. He dabbles at it outside the off stump. Didn't get any bat onto the ball. And the total remains at 132 for 8.
Well, practice was just fanning at that, hoping to find some part of the bat.
So Ned, after a first over, he went for 16. Certainly has found his way back into this game and among the wickets and maintaining the pressure on these Nepalese batsmen.
Someone is settling underneath this. Asif Hooper settles, takes the catch. And you can hear the jubilation in the crowd, Eddie.
It is a lot of jubilation here.
132 for 9. Still needing 74.
And there you see Karan looking quite dejected. He's on thick at the crease, awaiting his number 11 batter. 132 for the loss of 9 Nepal.
This should be Dhaka. Saga Dhaka.
Yes. Well, runs on the board, of course, already runs on the board. And once you go past 200, immediately you place a lot of pressure on the team to come. And certainly, I believe that has been the case today, Charlo.
Well, that will say scoreboard pressure. You're seeing 200 in front of you. That scoreboard pressure, you recognize you have to score at least 10 runs and over, or just over 10 runs and over. And you thinking about maintaining that is a challenge.
So, Dhaka, the new batsman.
Dakal.
Saga Dakal.
So, Ned, I think that's his second scalp.
Yes, and I would really like to wrap it up here for the Windward Islands. Dakal knew absolutely nothing about that one.
Karen decided to call him through for a single. Yeah. He didn't know where that one went, but in the end they got the single comfortably. The total now on to 133.
And this one, in the end, it's going to be 4 runs. He just calmly played it over the cover and into the boundary for 4. So, good shot off the bat there, Karan.
Ned was looking for the Yorker. He didn't get it, and he just chipped it over the extra cover, dug the defense for 4.
So, Ned. This time he finds
good comeback delivery there.
Yes.
So at the end of over number 17, 137 for 9.
It'll be interesting to know what's the DLS at this point in time.
Wow.
Hello. It must be somewhere in the 160s.
Should have been 195.
195.
Yes.
Yeah, 9 wickets.
When you're losing wickets,
Yeah, 9 wickets.
the runs, the rate goes up.
So Brown it is who's going to continue. He's going to bowl this 18th over. And looking to wrap it up here for the Windward Island Volcanoes as they look to get this their first victory in these 3 practice games. Brown. The Dakal drops it short in that short mid-wicket position, and Brown coming along picking it up. Total remains at 100, well, moves on as a matter of fact to 138 for 9. $138 for 9. Brown was picking up what, 2 wickets? He's picked up 2 wickets.
I think he picked up some 2 wickets in his spell so far.
And Karan hits this back over the bowler's head. Coming in is Descartes, takes a
Brilliant catch.
Lovely catch there by Descartes. and certainly bringing victory there to the Windward Islands. Nepal 138 all out, and what a wonderful catch there from Descartes.
Beautiful, winning by some 67 runs, but a brilliant catch. It was in the air. Descartes was like a train coming off the boundary, diving forward, copped it very nicely, and a commanding victory for the Windwards over Nepal by some 67 runs. And Javadine Brown coming in and really wrapping things up for Windward Island Volcanoes. They scored some 205 in their innings, 205 all out of the final delivery. There it is, Descartes coming off the boundary and keeping his eyes on it, diving forward, clutching it well, and he's all out, flat out on the ground. 138 all out. Victory for the Windward Islands. So they were able to pull one back. So Nepal winning this practice series 2-1, and congratulations to Windwards really bouncing back in a big way.
Certainly, Charlo, and as you said, a huge victory here for the Windward Islands. They, apart from today, they posted 196 in the first game, and it looks well on the way to putting up a total of over 200 in that game. Didn't happen. Lost it, of course, and Nepal in that second game with a huge 40-odd plus run victory. But today, very commanding victory on the part of the Windward Island Volcanoes.
Definitely. And so it's real good camaraderie. The Windward Island Volcanoes, I think Nepal would have to go back. They are going up to Texas for some more practice games. The Windward Island Volcanoes, they would be happy to come over with a victory. And Nepal, there they are on screen exchanging pleasantries, and certainly the Windward Island team on a whole would feel very happy with this victory here, commanding one over Nepal. But Nepal winning the practice series 2-1, and certainly we are treated here at Park Hill to some entertaining cricket, and really loved in the community of Park Hill. Mountains, a very picturesque area today under cool conditions. The Windward Island Volcanoes really putting up a good show, getting 205 and bowling Nepal out for 138, and certainly a good victory for Captain Melios and others, as Anthony Dennis down on the other side to have a chat with the captain Melios.
Both captains after this big victory today from the Windward Islands, and start first with Kamani Melios. You must be happy with your team's performance today.
Definitely, tough luck to Nepal. They played very well. Congrats to them on winning the free match series. But it was a good effort from our guys. Everybody chipped in at various points, so credit must be given to the guys for that.
All right, well, Padel, you've lost your first game of the series, but it's certainly been an opportunity for you and your team, certainly not only just to learn the Caribbean conditions, but also to get in some match practice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think today there was disappointment from our side, especially the way we wanted. We didn't execute our plan, and especially credit goes to the team. They played really well. I think they deserve this win. So I think this is temporary setback for us. So great learning for us before World Cup. So we will improve in these areas.
Now, what are some of the areas you think your team certainly would have learned from in this short series here?
I think as a bowling unit, I think we were not up to the mark in today's game especially. I think in the last game we bowled really well, and today in the power play, taking 3 wickets and conceding 60 odd runs, I think we could have less than 50 runs would be a good condition for us. So, and at the same time, I think from 11 to 16th over we gave around 70 runs. So I think in that area where we can improve, I think.
Melios, of course, the experience playing an international team in Nepal. How has it been for you?
Well, it's a good experience, for all the guys. Some of the guys who are not contracted, we see Dylan Douglas with 2 half centuries, out of the 3 games, so he couldn't get nothing but experience from these sort of moments and stuff. And it's just a matter of the guys learning from as much as from the international team, especially the first 2 games, how they kept composure under pressure and win 2 games, 2 crunch games.
Well, it's on to Texas, Houston. You got a couple games up there to prepare. Your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. We all are very excited for that game, especially before the World Cup. So we are looking forward to those practice games, and at the same time, I think I would like to thank the team for conducting here for us games, and yeah, thanks to West Indies board.
Well, we'll see you in a couple of weeks back in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as you really get into the real business end of the T20 World Cup, and I wish you and your team all the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Pleasure. And of course, on that note, this is where we wrap it up here today from the Park Hill playing field. Victory for the Windward Island Volcanoes, winning this one by some 67 runs. A thumping victory here today at Park Hill. And certainly like to take the opportunity to say thanks to all of our production team. Of course, today being a joint broadcast, we had some assistance from the API and VC3, the Vin Central Cultural Connection channel, indeed, bringing all the sporting highlights to you, the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and beyond. It has certainly been a pleasure. And of course, cricket, football, we will be there to bring it to you, and do enjoy the rest of what is going to happen here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines as T20 World Cup 2024 is concerned.
Watch how we wet, we drip, it's wet, we out of breath.
क्या केस है?
सर 65 की जंग में इसको 9 गोलियां लगी थी। जंग को 2 साल हो गए, तब से ये कोमा में ही है।
दुश्मन क्या करे? छोड़ो मुझे, मेरे मुल्क वापस जाना है। मैं डरता नहीं है दुश्मनों से।
हम दुश्मन नहीं है, तुम हिंदुस्तान में हो।
मुरलीकांत पेटकर की कहानी आजाद हिंदुस्तान की कहानी है। हालात ऐसे कि ये देश टिक भी पाएगा कि नहीं, पर हिंदुस्तान लड़ता है हर हालात से।
बड़ा होके क्या बनेगा?
मास्टर जी, मैं चैंपियन बनूंगा और मैं डर लाऊंगा। ये हंसता काय को है?
पूरा गांव हंसता है तेरे पे। जो पता है क्या बुलाते हैं लोग तेरे को?
अरे चंदू चैंपियन।
आज के बाद कोई ना आया सकेगा मुझ पे। खाली आज जाने दो दंगल को। इधर से मेरी ओलंपिक की तैयारी।
अरे ये तो चंदू चैंपियन है।
चंदू नहीं, चैंपियन है मैं।
तेन ओलंपिक जाना है ना, तो तेन तो फौज ही चोना चाहिए।
सर मुझे एक मौका दो ना, मैं पहलवान है।
दारा सिंह है क्या?
उनका चेला है मैं। बादल कैसा धड़ाम धुड़ूम आवाज कर रहा है। कल जाते क्या?
कितने बजे?
10 बजे।
ठीक है, नाश्ता करके निकलते हैं। एयर इंडिया अपने बाप का ही है।
एकदम बरोबर।
चैंपियन गिरता है लेकिन रुकता नहीं है छोटू।
मुरली,
मेरा भगवान से जो भी लेन देन था, मुझे ऐसा मारना उसके प्लान में ही नहीं था। वो दिन मैं तय किया, मैं जिएगा और उसके लिए जितना लड़ना पड़े मैं लड़ेगा, और हर चिढ़ाती हुई हंसी को पलट के बोलेगा। हंसता काय को है?
मुझे आज लड़ने का है सर, हर उस चंदू के लिए जो चैंपियन बनना चाहता है, हर उस चंदू के लिए जो चैंपियन बन सकता है।
मुझे प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया पे चीटिंग का केस करने का।